Okay, dear participants, we are now going live. I'm sorry for the little delay that we had to face, but we were resolving a technical issue. We are now live and we will begin the inaugural session in a few minutes. I would request all of you to please remain logged in and we will start. If we need, in the lunch break, we will move to another platform. Just before we need to move, I will share the link with you and we can move to another platform. For those who are not able to enter this platform right now and are in the waiting room, I would request that please continue to remain in the waiting room, but see the program on YouTube. I will share the link with you in a minute. And in case one of you who is in the waiting room has to come into present because you are selected, we will bring you into the meeting room and you can carry on with your presentation. Request you to please bear with us for some time because this technical hitch will take some time to resolve, and I think it is not correct to keep you all waiting for that long period. So let us begin, but please be there in the waiting room, those of you who are not able to join. Uh, with that, I think, yes, we can begin the program. Rama ma'am, may I request you to pick up the first slip and announce the name of the first presenter?
Madam, the random number generator is saying number 7 as the first presenter.
What is the code number?
Vaidehi, madam, announce number 7. What is the corresponding
Number 7
entry?
is 20Z3 126 BMW
Perfect.
Center for India,
Perfect.
a center for research and innovation.
Okay, fine.
Are you there?
Yeah.
20Z3 126.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible.
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Hello.
Very nice.
Yes.
Okay, so we have the first presenter ready with us on the platform. Your presentation is with us and we would be sharing that in a few minutes. But prior to that, let us complete the formalities of the inaugural. Even before we go to the inaugural, I have a few instructions for all the participants. Dear participants, you will be given 15 minutes to present. At the end of 10 minutes, there will be a warning to you that you have 5 minutes remaining. At the end of 13 minutes, there will be another warning. And at the end of 15 minutes, you will be expected to stop presenting. This means that you will not speak after 15 minutes, but since we have the presentation with us, we will simply run it swiftly and quietly. Just in case there is something on the remaining slides which you would want to refer to, maybe you can come back to that during the question and answers with the jury. But after 15 minutes, we would not be expecting you to speak. So please be very aware of the time. Please refer to only those sheets and slides which are important to you. And don't spend too much time explaining your case studies and all, because we are interested in what you learned from the case study and how you have brought it into your design, and we are interested in the design process. I hope that is clear to all of you. All the very best to all the participants, and thank you so much for being so patient and being with us. Just give me another minute.
You've seen this, right?
Okay, Girija, are you ready?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
need to take over. Right. Finally, a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for bearing with us. Today we have got with us three eminent jury members: architect Jaisim Rao, architect Anjan Mitra, and architect Sandeep Sen. We have a huge number of participants. This is one of the biggest zones of this year, 120 plus, and all of them have been keen to log in since morning. Um, the competition was tough. All our jury members, and there was a huge panel for this zone. As for one more zone, the Z4, a large number of jury members have gone through every entry that was submitted. Each entry was looked at in detail and evaluated, and finally, the most difficult task of selecting only 10 participants has been done. We have a list of 10 participants who have been identified as the best in this zone. We've also got an additional list of 2 participants who are on the standby, who will be invited to present only and only if anybody in the first list is not able to present or is absent. But otherwise, the first 10 get the first chance. The 10 selected are all equal, and therefore we will not give them any order of merit. We will be inviting them by a draw of lots. I think that this session is going to be very interesting because the kind of projects that are selected and that are going to be presented today are really very diverse and yes, good food for thought. With this, I begin the program. I would like to call on board the Zonal Center, Brick School of Architecture, who has been our uh, coordinator and the big support in this huge zone. We have Dr. Purva Keskar, the principal of Brick School of Architecture from Pune, and her team of 3 young faculty. We have Girija Undulkar, Shardul Joshi, and Vaidehi Lavan, who are constantly supporting us in this endeavor. And I think all the participants are already familiar with all of them because they have been interacting with them through the last one whole month. A very warm welcome to all of you here on this platform. We also have with us Dr. Rama Subramaniam, principal of the Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture. Once more, Rama ma'am is with us to coordinate this program. She and Professor Anirudh Paul have been with us for the last several years to ensure that the platform performs well and we have a good response each and every year. Welcome, Rama ma'am. I would now like to introduce the principal of Brick School of Architecture, Dr. Purva Keskar. Dr. Purva Ujjwal Keskar is an architect, environment designer, quality manager, educator, and the author of numerous articles on the practice of environment design and environment management. She has done her PhD from Pune University in 2019 and Masters in General Architecture from Pune in 2007. She has done her Bachelor's of Architecture from BKPS College of Pune in 1988. She is the director at VKE Environment, a consultancy firm with a mandate to consult on energy conservation, green buildings, and environmental planning. Her practice has won the HUDCO National Award for Outstanding Green Rated Office Building and the ASA Award for her lead project for SKF bearings in the year 2015. She served as a member on various boards and committees at national and local level in the areas of energy efficient buildings, green buildings, and sustainable urban planning. Dr. Purva is an empaneled expert with Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, and has served as a member of the Griha Technical Advisory Committee. She is the co-chair of IGBC Pune chapter. With a view to contribute towards urban sustainable development, she, along with like-minded professionals, have formed an NGO called Sustainability Initiatives. The NGO works with a 3-pronged objective of advocacy, awareness, and training and research in the field of urban sustainability. Dr. Purva has headed the Department for Environmental Planning and Architecture at Dr. B.N. College of Architecture till June 2012. At that time, she has also helped to structure the syllabus for the master's program in environmental architecture at the University of Pune. She was the team member for structuring computer-aided interior design program at BNCA as well. Currently, she heads the Brick School of Architecture and has delivered expert lectures at the Metin Art University, Sweden, IIT Powai, SET Ahmedabad, Rachana Sansad, Mumbai, and many other colleges of architecture in Maharashtra on the subject of architecture, energy, conservation in buildings, and environment planning. Dr. Purva was given a citation and recognition for her contribution to academics and profession by the Indian Institute of Architects in the year 2015. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Purva.
Thank you, Jayasree Madam. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Purva has also been a big support to us in all the activities at the Council of Architecture and the TRC ever since its inception in 2006. I welcome you, Dr. Purva, and request you to tell us a little bit more about your activities in the college and your team of young coordinators who've been with us.
Yes, thanks a lot, Jayasree Madam. And before I really start talking about my college, I would really like to thank you, especially you and Council of Architecture, for giving us this opportunity to coordinate for this Council of Architecture Award of Excellence in Thesis for the Western Zone 2020. Thesis in architecture is the most important representation of the application of the learnings of 5 years of architecture. We all know that. Thesis represents, I feel, not only the fundamental learning of architecture, but also represents uniquely what the individual student believes in and aspires for. Yeah, we all believe that architecture is one of the few professions which has the ability to create and change society and spaces. And this is what we try and ask and inspire our students to take up as topics in thesis when they are trying to represent all the knowledge that they have learned in 5 years. This Council of Architecture initiative I felt was the most important initiative because it gets together on one platform this unique belief of a student as well as a collective aspirations of the next generation architects. And I think I should thank CoA for that. This platform not only serves as a learning experience for students of architecture, but also young teachers who guide these students. We at SMEF Brick School of Architecture is a young college and always looking out for opportunities for learning, growing, and excelling. And this platform was a real blessing for all of us. So again, thank you, CoA, for that. We at SMEF Brick School believe in the power of looking back, assimilating, and learning. At Brick, importance is given for experimentation, doing, thinking, and applying. BRIC has therefore clubbed together subjects as suggested by a generalized university syllabus into 3 different laboratories. And when I say lab, it is not the physical lab that I'm talking of. It is a metaphorical lab where experimentation is done to, understand the future. So 3 laboratories with us called Construction Lab, Thinking Lab, and Design Lab, where students and faculty explore the not only the known, which we call it learning in the box, but beyond the box as well. We at BRIC therefore feel that there is a reality beyond what we know, and we therefore facilitate experiments and trials to think beyond this box. We all know that students are going to learn in an academic institute, but we feel we should give them time to think about one's individual self, what one believes in, and find a meaning for oneself, because architectural expression can take different forms. And one can then pursue these kinds of aspirations in a very unique way, where we make them feel and listen to their own hearts, look within and think beyond. So that is a philosophy at BRIC that we practice. So really happy to be a part of this initiative, because normally when any student does his thesis, it is then submitted as a submission. But we feel that it is only after the submission that one starts learning if we start discussing on what has happened. So any architectural student thesis should not end at it being a submission. And I think this platform is immensely important to discuss what the students have tried to think on and represent. And these discussion, I think, will take the will finally realize the importance and rather the way beyond realization that thesis is not just a submission, and it is something that represents the thinking of the future architects. So with that, I would really like to thank COA again. And I would like to briefly introduce the team who's working for coordination of this. And we have Dr. Vaidahi Lavan from our school. She has completed a master's in architectural conservation and she has done her PhD from Università degli Studi di Palmero from Italy. She has worked on several landscape, interior, architectural, and heritage documentation and also research projects. She has also been, her research project was selected by MASA, which is Maharashtra Students Association of Students of Architecture. And the entire students which are working with her are also benefiting from this initiative. She has 14 years of teaching experience and she's a member of ISCCL, which is the International Scientific Committee on Cultural Landscapes. Architect Sharduli Joshi graduated with a gold medal from AB College of Architecture, Sangli, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and later pursued her master's degree in environmental planning from CEPT University in 2013. Currently, she is pursuing her PhD, and of course, one can't deny her, her introductions of craft in architecture right from the first year in our school. So her expertise is in urban and environmental planning and rural planning and development. However, her heart is in art and craft. Architect Girija Indulkar, who is an assistant professor with us, is a practicing architect with a master's degree in urban design. Her projects span across scales of interior design, architecture, and urbanism. She holds expertise in research and designs of various aspects of public realm. So here with us, she looks after our social media, which you must have seen, and I would really urge you to go to our pages, which is a web Facebook page as well as Twitter handle. Further, in our college, we generally don't work in silos. So if someone is working on an initiative, they try to kind of, reach out this initiative to other faculty. And any faculty who seems interested generally plugs in without even thinking. So we have architect Shraddha Gurjar, who has plugged into this entire initiative because of her interest in trying to learn and excel in the future. She's an architect, urban designer with a professional experience of around 3 years. And as I said, a young architect with a lot of aspirations. She brings new thoughts and radical thoughts to the table at BRIC. And she has taken a keen interest in designing public spaces, has been a active part of Urban 95, which was an initiative which tried to look at what changes, tactical changes need to be done in the public space when thinking about child-centric public spaces. So with that, I've given a very small introduction of my faculty who is always active. And once again, thanks Council of Architecture to give our college this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Ma'am, should we go ahead with the presentation? Video?
Yes, it would be great if you could put on the small little PPT that we have done, just
Yes.
giving a peek into what our college is all about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Purva, just before we begin the presentation, I could see all your co-coordinators together on the screen. Can you please just come back? I forgot to introduce Shraddha, but thank you for bringing her in. If you all four of you please come on the screen, and Girija, unmute yourself and say hello, so we'll be able to see all of you.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, all of you.
Sharduli, Vaidahi, and Shraddha.
Yes. A very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for being with us all the time for the last 1 month.
Thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, now you can stream your video. Thank you.
Ma'am, is the volume audible?
No.
We are not able to hear you. At least I'm not. No, not audible. Yes, no.
you, ma'am.
Thank you, Girija. That was a lovely presentation. I would now request Dr. Rama Subramaniam to please introduce and welcome our eminent panel of jury members.
Good morning to all. It's my pleasant duty to welcome the jury members to this session. I'm very happy to share that all the jury members are very well known to me and friends over decades. My pleasure to first introduce architect Krishna Rao Jaisim. Professor Jaisim has enjoyed the practice of architecture for over 4 decades now. His early years in the field were inspired by greats such as Buckminster Fuller, Königsberger, and Jeffrey Berger. And in the 1960s, Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead, the book, gave his aspirations a whole new meaning. Professor Jaisim started Jaisim Fountainhead, his architectural firm, in 1970. And since then, he has created and recreated innumerable homes, institutions, and commercial enterprises. He has written over 150 papers and articles and made about 1,500 presentations. He serves on several boards and councils and finds time to interact with students of architecture all over India. His iconoclastic views and individual endeavors are the hallmarks of his creativity. Today, he still continues to pursue the adventures of the built environment, searching and researching beyond the boundaries of time and space. A very warm welcome to Jaisim sir, who is an inspiration, and his energy is so vitalizing for all of us, and we continue to be amazed by his energy and interest in the profession. Warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Rama. Thank you very much. Take care.
It is now my pleasure to introduce architect Anjan Mitra, an architect of 1982 batch and urban designer from SPA of 1985 batch. He is a proprietor of the design practice, The Appropriate Alternative. After 30 years of active practice in various fields of architecture, urban design, landscape architecture, product design, etc., Anjanda has realized that design in its myriad forms is basically a collaborative process. What gets implemented is an idea that is contested, negotiated, and accommodated. In that sense, design becomes a responsible act, and therefore his firm is the appropriate alternative. This philosophy has set him apart from the conventional architectural practice. My personal association with Anjan Mitra goes back to our days in SPA New Delhi, and his energy and his inspirational different thinking is sustained over the decades, and a very warm welcome, Anjan Mitra, to this forum.
Thank you, Rama. Thank you very much.
I go on to introduce architect Sandeep Sen. With more than 25 years of vast experience in the field of architecture, he has a versatile body of work ranging from architecture, interiors of residences, corporate offices, to retail, hospitality, and industrial spaces. He runs his own practice and has built his foundation by working with eminent architectural firms like Chandavarkar and Thakur, Bangalore, Charles Correa, Mumbai, Raja Aderi, Mumbai, Kadri Consultants, Mumbai, Aidas, Bahrain, etc. in the past. He is an ardent academic. As a visiting faculty, has mentored design students at various architectural and design schools, including RV College of Architecture, Bangalore, NID, Bangalore, Wadiyar College of Faculty of Architecture, Mysore, Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture, Bangalore, etc. He has been associated with Council of Architecture in various activities for more than 7 years. And during this time, he has been a jury member for the Council of Architecture Thesis Awards quite often. A very warm welcome to Sandeep, sir, and happy to see you here.
Thank you, Rama. Happy to see you here too. Thank you.
We now give over to the first presenter.
Rama ma'am, you may want to declare the name of the second one.
Yes, madam. The second presenter, it shows as 03, serial number 03, that is 20Z4029, the city ephemeral dynamics of urban insert. 029, are you here? (029) city ephemeral, the dynamics of urban insert. Are you here?
He's not on the list at all.
Yeah,
No.
not in the
Rama ma'am,
list.
you're referring to
Is
Rama
something
ma'am.
wrong, ma?
wrong list.
Something wrong.
029 is not there.
It's not there.
Rama ma'am, please call out only the number from 1 to 10.
Sure.
I will read from my list.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes.
Sure, ma'am. It will be 03.
No, tell me number from between 1 to 10, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It is 03.
So it's
The single
metamorphosis.
presenter is 03.
Okay, the number is 20Z3106.
Yes.
Metamorphosis, upgradation and upliftment of Dua settlements in Sindhudurg, Maharashtra.
Correct.
Are you there? Number 106.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
If you're there,
I'm present.
there you are. Okay, great. So you are the second participant. Dear participants, some of you may not have been able to log in. I request you to please watch on YouTube. And in case your number is called, immediately connect with the coordinator of the zone so that we will admit you inside. The first participant is ready. Griya, you have the presentation with you. And the second participant is 106, Metamorphosis. We can begin after the first one is over.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready. I'll just tell the participants that we will be ringing the bell at 10 minutes.
Yes.
Is it audible, ma'am?
No, let's have it again, please. Yeah. But very meek, very mild. Can it be louder, please?
Is it, ma'am?
No, can't hear.
No, not me.
Keep it next to the right side of the thing.
Yes.
Much better.
Better?
Yes.
Bring it once more.
And at 13 minutes again.
Okay. Fine.
And then after we finish, yeah.
Maybe you could say 10 minutes, 13 minutes, and end.
Okay.
If you say that, it will be clearly audible.
Sure, ma'am.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll share my screen.
Yes, please.
Yes.
We are starting now.
Okay. Is my voice audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello and greetings to my respected teachers and all the respected members who are present here. So, the thesis project title is BMW Center for India, and it's basically a center for research and new innovations in our country. So, talking about the essential criterias, it is mainly focuses on the research and engagement, which has played a major role in stabilizing the Indian growth, and thus it is still developing in a greater pace, trying to add more detailed view of the work to be carried out. So, designing a hub-like structure, I would like you to know that there are three main benefits. Okay, so the first one is playing upfront in all the leading trials. Second, balancing more demands and fulfilling it through the taste of architecture. Third, striving for technologies with all the possible means. So the main scenario for designing the center is mainly divided in two spaces, which is the public ones and the non-public ones. And also understanding the needs, which made my site stronger. And this is mostly means situated in the industrial area in the MIDC region of Pune. And it generally proposes a building a state-of-the-art research center for BMW automobiles in India with focus on research and engagement. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? Hello.
Please pause the time for him if the navigation is taking time. Pause time.
We have none.
Okay, right. So
Okay, start time again, please.
yes. So basically, this project is proposed due to the variations which are coming in the future, just like the future electronic and all the electrical cars, which will be there in the nearby future by 2030. So as BMW is from the first, means it's playing in Indian grounds, and it has developed it designs for its consumers and concept cars also in their headquarters, which is basically located in Munich, Germany. So this designs had to be modified for the Indian subcontinent conditions. So going through the spaces, starting with the non-public ones, which is mostly the administration block, the research and innovation block, the workshop blocks. And it is important to know that any project is interesting with a special element in an efficient way. And they are the main, which are the research and innovation blocks. Okay. So, ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? Yes. So basically, the main first block, which from the entrance is the administration block, which has a parabolic roof structure, and it attracts the consumers with a new means or trademark for the cars and a trademark for the BMW brand. Also, the second block, which is the research and innovation block. Third, the experience center. Fourth, the cafeteria regions, where it is the main public zone for the public to know about the BMW, what has it produced, and what the future is coming in India. The fifth one are the auditorium blocks, which are for the curated videos, which will be played by them to show their legacy in all over the world. And the last, the workshop blocks, which meets the need of the research in and innovation blocks, and along with the administration block. Ma'am, can you go to the next slide? So the site plans are just divided into seven, and mainly this is the underground level of the experience center, which is of on the depth of minus 3.5 meter level, thus having a space for virtual exhibition of BMW's modems and also showcasing Mini Cooper cars and Rolls-Royce cars and future technologies. So, ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? This is the plinth level portion with a height of 1.2 meter level, designed as a space for showcasing concept cars, and it is a default plinth for the open interactive space and other public spaces. However, it can be accessed by the visitors to have a mesmerizing experience of the future related technologies. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? This level is the pedestrian walkway, the blue portion, the circled one, which separates the visitors and give them access to view the confidential concepts without actually messing into it, and also giving them access to 5 different exhibition blocks containing surprise elements. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? And this is the uppermost level, which is on the 7 meter level, which is designed in such a way that here all the ramps meet, also making it a driveway for the electric cars to flourish like a future cars in India. To explore the overall campus, approaching through this cars will give the visitors an immense architectural pleasure and understand the space in the better way. So, ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? The main site plan where all the spaces conclude and appear as a whole unit through divided into non-public and public zones. And ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? The roof of all the structures are specially thought after actual fluidity of the car's body, BMW's car's body, and thus getting into complexity and designing various forms of the roof to outlook the brand's name. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? These are overall the side sections, and basically the main concept behind the designing this hub is based on the BMW rims of the tire, which allocates the different exhibition blocks and how the main function of a rim means it's actually the implementation of that rim into my design, and it gives me the idea how to place the blocks where the public one should be there and the non-public one should be there. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? So these are my administration block, and generally it is designed as a second home for the employers and staff working in this environment. The administration block is a fully glazed structure comprising of various interior levels. It is a block for the executives to handle, having offices of the engineers, intellect technicians, creative designers, C-level executives, and collaboration spaces. It is a RCC based structure covered with paraboloid roof curvatures to attract and change the visitor's mindset, and the roof is supported by the tree-shaped branched columns, also known as dandry forms, which are also of a concrete material, increasing the aesthetics of the space from the interior. Adjoining with a central courtyard for the structure to be surrounded by fresh air and carrying out the workflow easily. The uppermost level of the admin block is on the 7-meter level, therefore connecting it to the uppermost ramp and the research and innovation block, consisting of meeting spaces and exchanges of ideas and creative upcoming ideas carried out in a much better way. So, ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? These are my sections which represent the admin block. And can you just go to the next slide? These are my elevations, how the roof which meets the structure and merging with itself gives a new an aesthetic value to the space. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? To the next slide. The structural components, how means it is supported and how the dentary forms work in their efficient way. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? Yeah, so coming to the next non-public block, which is the research and innovation blocks. These blocks are mainly designed for making the concepts and ideas into reality. They consist of project-based workstations for due consideration with digital library units, also co-working modules for reaching out the outside world in a very faster way, thus creating job opportunities in the automobile field. Innovation block consisting of training room modification units along with various lab provisions, and to assure quality and detail should be maintained of the car, creating space to carry out creations of new designs of concept cars and analyze it properly. It is a G plus 2 structure, both bonded together as in for providing operations, faster covering with spider glazing cable system type of curtain walls, helping in dividing interrelated spaces. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? Yeah, this is on the 7-meter level where all the spaces conclude and meet, and it forms a driveway for the electric cars, and the visitors can see all the spaces from up, and they can have a pleasant view of the overall space of the overall structure. And can you just go to the next slide? To the next slide. These are my sections, which in this, it is just the concept of the sections are also thought of after the BMW's car's body, how
10
the
minutes.
mechanism works. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? These are the elevations. Ma'am, to the next slide. To the next. The structural components, how they support the space in a manner. And to the next slide. This coming to the center of attraction, the block designed as per name, the experience center in the interway connected space, and makes the R&D operations to be understood by the target audience. The space explained in the site plans means the first underground level, which on the left, which the area comprises all around till the visitors get fond of it, and the internal ramp bringing people to the ground level and making them to enter the world of futuristic sources. The virtual moderns are also placed in that. Also, the on the right side, it is the driveway level for the concept cars. So the cars will be featured over here. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? Yes. So this is the pedestrian level. From this, the visitors will be accessing the space and the exhibition blocks, which are connected on the 5 sides. And also in the middle of the circular portion is the car display units, platforms, we can say, which are supported by hydraulic telescopic columns, in which the main launching of the car will be displayed all over from the inside to the outside of the world. And they will be have restrictions to the height of 11 meters, and they can go to any level, and the people can have a proper view, and it can just increase the value of the car by how the car is going to display and which car is going to come will be known to the public. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? The uppermost ramp, the driveway where the visitors will have the proper orientation of the space. Ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? These are the sections which give a idea how the spaces are there. Ma'am, can you go to the next slide? The structural components of the spaces. Ma'am, can you go to the next slide? The workshop blocks, which have the metal working shop, mechanical workshop, electrical workshop, 3D workshop, and painting workshop. So it is adjoining the research and innovation space to build the car in a proper manner. Ma'am, can you go to the next slide? The main public zone, which consists of the BMW Vintage Museum, the launching space, the open interaction space where the people can clear their doubts and they can have all the guides to be properly guided. Guidance will be given over here, and also the cafeteria with along the offices on the exterior regions, and it consists of the auditorium where the people can have the, okay, ma'am. The auditorium blocks, the main elevations and the structural components of the space. And can you just go to the next slide? Yeah, the services for the HVAC system, how we work. And can you just go to the next slide? Same, the HVAC for the research and innovation blocks. Next slide. Okay, next. The calculations for the main HVAC systems. The overall surveillance where the space needs the maximum attention and how it will work. And can you just go to the next slide? The ramp, how the structural components will work in this one. Okay, that's all from my side now. These are the physical model views. Thank you, ma'am.
Over to the jury members.
What's his name?
Vivek.
No, the name of the presenter. Am I supposed to know his name, or only I call him 126?
Can start the question.
Sandeep, go ahead, man. I'll follow you.
Sorry?
Go ahead. I'll follow you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. 126. We can call you by the number.
Yes.
I think you have probably covered a lot of ground in your presentation, and there are a fair amount of drawings, and the product is seen in it as a model and all, all of that. I have a few, clarifications. What was your, what were the questions that, and the exploration that you, came to your mind as a process before you reach this?
Okay. So basically means we are standing for the future technologies to come in India. Okay, and means selecting a car's brand is.
No, do you have any drawings? No, I think we can go a little faster. I just wanted to know. My question was, maybe is there a graphical representation of how you have explored it as a process before coming to this? Is there any sheet which we can see?
In the ma'am, can you just go to the next slide? Yeah, move next. Yeah. So, sir, basically, it is means just depicted from a car's tire, means the rim of the car. Okay. So the overall concept is just originated from there only, and just I thought of creating a space for the future cars to come in India in a more efficient way, and thus BMW, Tesla, all they are working on it and bringing the electric cars to India. So to feature that cars, there needs a space, and how the working and the maximization means mechanism will go on will be created and just depicted to the few the visitors which will come to the space, and they will know about the space, how means the working and the main it is working on this means the electric
Oh,
cars and all.
okay, okay. No, so
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if there was any other form exploration apart from the tire. So you've answered that. The second is, what about, this is a futuristic campus.
Yes.
Any details of your facade, the skin, and you're talking about your tree-like column structure.
Yes.
But we don't see that in the sections. I'm not able to capture that
Actually,
even in the plans. Except the detailed plan, somewhere I see a reflected ceiling plan, but I'm not able to see that in your overall plans and the sections. Same way as the skin. So I think you have used a lot of materials. There is a lot of text, but somehow the details, enlarged details are not seen. You may have done it. So that is another question. That why did you not cover it, or is it there and we missed it?
actually, I have given the individual sheets. Means in the main, I had many things to just overall orientate in the sheet. Okay, so I made an individual sheet of this. So, ma'am, can you just go to the next slide?
Can you show us any sections, detailed
Yes,
sections,
yes.
which, yeah.
Oh, yeah, next. No, next. Yes, yes, ma'am. This one. So in this, I had made the drawings just for the representation of the columns, how they will be supported, and means how the fixing of the columns will be there. And on the downward area, there is a section which represents the roof, means how it is supporting the roof, and how
Yeah,
it will.
but
Yeah.
even larger details, you have it at this scale, right?
Yes.
You have it only at this scale. You don't
Yes.
have it at a larger scale. Yeah. So that was the other thing. How does the roof form sit? Because see, these. I think the thrust of your project is this form making and how the different materials come together. That is one thrust, is what I understood. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So somehow that emphasis is one. I don't see that. It is there,
Yeah.
but it is not carried through in the different scales of drawings. I mean, it's just an observation. You can think over that.
Yes,
And
sir.
one and two more things quickly I would like to say is, where is your site context? Is there, or is it totally self-referential project? Because I don't see any slide where you have any context. Right, directly you start off with your site just cut out and road in front, but there is no surroundings and there is no other thing. So
Actually,
that is one another observation.
yes, sir.
And yeah, so that is one
In
thing.
anywhere in the world.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So can I say something, sir?
Sure.
So actually means the site is a individual cutout only, because the site is means located in MIDC region of Pune, which is near the Bhushdi Nigdi highway, and on the opposite side there is the Tata Motors ground, and this is also the ground for the telco companies, and means they are also bringing the future means future scopes in this space. So just case studied it, and after that the survey, it is a full grassland area, means
No, sorry,
yeah.
you didn't get my question. My question is, you didn't feel the need to show the context plan, is what my question was, and also the hydrology. What happens to the unbuilt spaces, the ramps. Just a set of drawings would probably, even where, I mean, whatever thought you have given. Then there's a
Okay.
small corner called future expansion. So somehow it is quite. There are maybe elements here and there, but as a package deal, it looks a bit sudden, and
Dirty design.
it's the flow, the process is not probably captured right from context. It may be self-referential, and we are not
Okay.
contesting any of the way but we are just seeing the product directly and there is a hurry. So that is one thing. And the BMW brand itself, how does it come? So anyway, these are just questions to mull. You don't have to answer them. But overall, I think there has been an effort, but probably you could have given a little more weightage to the entire technology driven campus, and HVAC calculations are fine, but not as an architect. What do we take out of this is what I feel. But you don't have to answer. Overall, it's I think quite commendable. Thank you. Over to the others.
Mitra Ji. Anjan. Can they hear us?
You can tell, no? Otherwise, Jaisim sir, you can proceed.
I'm asking Anjan Mitra to get in. Where is he? Any comments, Anjan? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What I think is overall as a design process, BMW is one number. Second is the Center for Research and Innovation. BMW doesn't stand for its tires. So I do have a problem. And when it is a Center for Research and Innovation, so what kind of technology BMW is really thinking? If you really want to translate that in terms of architectural language, I think the concept of the thrust and the approach, I find something is a kind of a amiss. And apart from that, the current environmental problems and the things that arises from technology should have been explored. So that is my basic take. So that's basically an observation.
Okay. I have only 2 points. It's a very bold exploration, but not futuristic, because today, if you study BMW's car parked parallelly. We haven't even gone to the future in this so-called futuristic project. But for a student studying in his 4th or 5th year, it's fine. The other aspect that I would like you to look at is, when you start exploring organic spaces, you must remember organic spaces are not symmetrical. They're very, very flowing. That is very important for students to understand architecture. Thank you. And especially look at your external spaces of offices. When you go organic, they become non-parallel and parallel, sticking to very dogmatic spaces. You should not. You should explore those spaces also much more.
Yes, sir.
But it is a very good effort for an youngster. For that, I'll commend you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, next one. Unless the audience wants some questions.
If the audience has no questions, we'll move on to the next presenter.
Yeah, and after that, who is the next presenter?
Just announcing, sir.
Yeah, thanks. What's the time then? What is the second project?
Ma'am, if you can announce the serial number, I can announce the code number.
Yes, ma'am. The next presenter is showing on Google random number as 06.
That is 20Z3125, integrating agriculture into urbanscape at Pune. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
125, very nice. So we begin with the second presentation.
Yes, please.
Metamorphosis 20Z3106.
Yeah, I'm here. Is it audible?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So good morning, sir, ma'am. My thesis topic, metamorphosis, is an upliftment and upgradation of CoA settlement.
A little louder.
I'll just start the time. Time starts now.
Metamorphosis is an upliftment and upgradation of CoA settlements. The meaning of metamorphosis is a change of form from an immature state to developed state. Next slide, please. Before explaining the whole metamorphosis, I would like you to quickly give overview of my background study and how I selected flood and sea level rise as my major concern. I started with targeting global issue based on study of past 20 years statistical and analytical data available. I found flood, global warming, and sea level rise as the major issue, which are interrelated. Then, based on various statistical data and reference of most affected countries due to floods, where India ranks first in top 15 countries whose 80% population is exposed to floods, even though in India, a major flood is experienced on northern side, but the severe floods are experienced on western side of India, which is monsoon floods coming from western side through Arabian Sea. Yes. So the mainly the western side includes Gujarat, Kerala, Maharashtra, and Karnataka. Maharashtra coastline experiences major and severe threat. In Maharashtra, Mumbai has developed coastline, whereas Sindhudurg and Ratnagiri district are having shallow open coastlines. Whereas selected Sindhudurg district, as this district had some major problems like small villages lying in inner part of river stream experience floods every year. Another issue this district faced was least exposure of tourists to these remote areas. Next sheet, please. Coming to Sindhudurg district, the district mainly faced problems of tourist exposure, relation between the locals and tourists, and also a riverine belt had a threat of floods due to sea level rising problems and uneven precipitation. The part selected was selected on points of flood issue, existing population, tourist overflow, attraction, and standalone area where a module can be proposed, which can be used on different similar islands with similar contexts. Out of the 3 selected sites, the first site was selected as it has, can I use annotation? Yes. So out of the 3 sites, the first site was selected as it has some major problems to be resolved. The problems were loss of importance of this island, no exposure to tourists, even if the site has some most beautiful attractions for tourists, flood occurrence and loss due to floods and limited population, which would help in making a modular proposal for global issues. Next sheet, please. Back. Can I have the sheets back? Excuse me.
See all photoshops.
Excuse me. Can I have the third sheet?
Why nobody wants to make the hands?
You stop the time.
Not like this.
Next sheet. Next sheet. Yes, this one.
She and Kirtan have to do a better job.
Starting the time again.
One sketch.
Yeah. Should I start?
What is your time, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. The site is located in inner part of Hadi River, just 18 kilometers away from a Malvan bus stop. The island is rich in ecology. The island had a limited population of 141 people. The island had 38 families. The island was so secluded that it was not even known to many district people living there. The major issue faced by the local native fishermen had lost their income. Nowadays, major fishing is done by big and advanced agencies, where use of local fishing techniques were lost. There's a gap between these locals and tourists. There's no secondary mode of income for these people other than aquaculture or fishing. There was school here, but was shattered in 2017 floods. The site does not have basic healthcare facilities. The help reach towards this island during floods is also very less. Now, starting with my concept. My concept started with 2 simultaneous approach. One was targeting the flood risk, and secondly, targeting the social informality, where flood would be catered to through flood mitigation and resilience, where the island would become self-sustained during flash floods and floods. So even if the locals didn't receive any help, they could survive. And secondly, the social informality would be catered through bridging gap between tourists and locals, generating secondary income, giving basic essential facilities to the locals and promoting their local lifestyle and local cuisine. Also attracting tourists to the site, to the site's beautiful scenic surrounding, and also the mangroves. What I'm trying to achieve, I've tried to put it in a bubble diagram and also found out a few conceptual references which I'm trying to do in proposal. And this is my design program. Can we have next sheet? So, to tackle flood resilience, it was mandatory to keep a layered design approach wherein I had worked on three levels. The first is master planning, the second is landscape resilience level, and infrastructure level. In master planning, I had to tackle the proper zoning, referring the CRZ norms, the services, which was a major point to tackle as this is a standalone island, the landscape layer wherein resilience was tackled through. A landscape plays an important role in resilience. And the third is infrastructure layer, wherein each building technology and response was studied, understanding which technology would be feasible for desired built mass. The proposed zoning was done in a way that the visitor stay facility is kept on west side of the site, facing the waterfront. The relocated residential area is shifted to the south central highest point of site. The workshops are zoned on north side of the site, and the labs are planned near mangroves. The ancillary services like STP, WTP, and electrical substation is planned on. There was a depression in central part of site which was planned as retention help during flash floods. So this sheet shows overall master layout of site where there are three jetties accessing the site. There is a visitor center at entrance, which would act as an entry point for visitors, including tourists. The locals can use the center for gatherings. The visitor center will have shops wherein they can sell their local handicrafts, essentials, etc. The existing boat making workshop has also been retained in its original position, where the other workshops are also designed. The community kitchen is designed in center of site, which will act as a leisure space facing the waterfront. This space will be buffer for tourists and will be an interaction point for local people on site. Can have so this is the site sections of proposal. Can I have next sheet, please? Yes, to moving to a second layer of resilience, second sheet, the layer of landscape resilience. So wherein I have explained individual layers of landscape use. So first is a reef ball used for surrounding the site to prevent the threat of soil erosion, and a rain garden layer used to cover the channels for draining during flash floods. The new landscape layer. So this is which I have added. So the overall landscape used for site wherein all types of plants were planted considering their type similar to the native plants. Then we have mangrove layers indicating types of mangroves on site and use of this mangrove garden by tourists and visitors, students for educational visits, etc. And the existing ecology layer to show varied variety of existing rich ecology of site located on estuarine part. Then I have explained different landscape surface patterns used on site, and also have shown different pathways used on site. Lastly, I have explained flood management through landscape, through wetlands, retention ponds, terraces, rain garden, grass pathways, permeable pathways, and biospheres. Can I have next sheet, please? In this sheet, I have tried to explain the infrastructure on site. I have firstly explained the layer of pathways, which route will be private, semi-private, and public, etc. Which routes will be used and accessed by whom. And the next part I have explained. The next part explains the layer-wise all typologies of built mass and their types present on site. Next, I have tried to explain implementation of project, how the project will be implemented phase-wise. And then I have explained resiliency through built masses, how I have carried it, and then a different resiliency pattern on site. Here, I have explained two types of technology which I have used in my built mass. The structures on lower ground will be built using amphibious system, and structures on higher ground will be built in flood resilient system. Lastly, I've shown exploded layer-wise implementation of different modules. Can we have next sheet? From here onwards, I have tried to explain different modules which I have designed on site. So this sheet especially explains about the native settlement, native structures. So where I have a typical cattle shed of 50 square meters, and then I have 4 types of houses, out of which 2 types of houses are 100 square meter houses, and 2 are of 150 square meters, out of which each one of one module is a convertible module, as in if owner has 2 rooms or 3 rooms, if he feels one room is vacant, he can rent it out to the visitor or tourist coming, which will have a separate access from outside, and the inner access can be closed. And the typical typical module will have a living space, kitchen, bedrooms, and storeroom. Can we have next sheet, please? This sheet explains about the visitor stay facility, wherein I have 4 types of modules, out of which 2 types are tree houses, and one is beachfront house, and other is twin house module. So the tree house module is feasible for 2 to 3 people. Beachfront house is feasible for 4 to 5 people, and twin house, which can be accommodated by 4 to 6 people. So this module are 2 different modules, and if joint family comes, then the middle door can be opened, and the modules changes from 2 modules to single module. So can I have next sheet? In this sheet, I have explained the community places, namely a visitor center, temple and gathering space, and community kitchen. The visitor center was designed with a view, as this place acts as a gathering space for natives and tourists. There is a visitor lounge for waiting of visitors. There's an office for visitor accommodation related queries, admin office for controlling of overall site management, multi-purpose hall, and 8 shops, which will be used by the tourists and natives as well. Next sheet, please. In this sheet, I've tried to explain the master plan. As I mentioned, the master planning layer, services was a major point to tackle, as this site didn't have proper services. So the site didn't have drainage supply, treatment, and proper electricity. In this sheet, I have tried to study flood accumulation and runoff to understand whether the planning I have done will work in the way planned during the floods. Then a proper water supply line was also designed, where main water supply line was kept on extreme ridges and off site, where water will be pumped to 2 OSTs on site, and from there, with the help of gravity, the water will be supplied. Then a proper drainage line was mandatory, as the site didn't have drainage supply and treatment. So from taking out drainage to the treatment in STP, a proper drainage line was also designed. Lastly, as an electric circuit and supply was designed, where major lines were kept on extreme offset of site, and wiring conduits were taken from below footpaths.
13 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am. So this last sheet. The last sheet, please. Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah. So this sheet explains about the technical details of modules. The sheet also explains about the solar calculation. Can I have last sheet, please? Yes. So in this sheet, I have tried to explain first solar calculation. So how profitable solar generation and investments would be, and the solar circuit, how it will act during the floods, during the power cutoff. And also I have designed a circuit during the floods. And next, I have tried to explain the framing and buoyancy calculations. So the framing plan was important to understand, because while designing a floating structure, it was mandatory to understand the center of gravity and plan of framed structure. Then I have done buoyancy calculation, which was also important to understand the minimum water level required for desired structure to float. As the services explains the drainage and water supply of module, where drainage supply is done through telescopic pipes, and water supply will be done by conventional method. But during flood, the water line will be cut, and there will be 1,000-liter tank in every structure which are accommodated. Can I have next sheet, please? So this sheet shows the views during a normal position, a normal time, and views during floating position. So how the structure will respond to the floods at its desired height. And then I have also explained, tried to show an overall view of proposal. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Time's up.
Yes, thank you.
Over to the jurors. Jury members for comments.
Anjan ji, go ahead, sir.
It's a very relevant topic. It deals with the right kind of concerns. Overall site development levels, it's quite articulated, but somehow I find it difficult in terms of understanding when it actually comes to the your detailed architectural levels. Because if it is only 13 families, 140 people, local population, what is the kind of structure they live in? What is the kind of local resources which are there, the materiality selections? So these are the things, and you have proposed a temple, you have brought in a lot of tourism activity, which kind of overshadows the local level population itself. So in terms of architectural detailing, I would see, because the drawings were so small, it's very difficult to read. So it's not very clear as what kind of technology you are trying to use and how you are trying to promote the livelihood through this kind of an insertions. So I mean, that is basically my comment. Otherwise, it's a good way to handle, and especially zoning part is quite okay. And what is happening with your services infrastructure during the flooding time? So
Yeah,
these are basic two questions.
okay, sir, talking about the first question.
Let the others react and then you come to the end.
Okay, sir.
Sandeep
Okay,
Sen.
sir. Okay,
I would just like to extend what Anjan sir said. Yeah, apart from the legibility of the drawings, I think you have covered. I think you have, as a student, even as a professional, even if you are a professional, I think you have covered, a lot of ground, sensitive issues, concerns raised. Uh, do you have any, one is, did you have a plan which is a before after plan? What is before, what is after? Was there a plan? You can show it later after Jaisim sir asked. Is what you inherited and what you have now superimposed? That is one set of things where it's the built and the existing built and the new built in terms of roads and this. That is one question or clarification. The other is this something which is participatory type of architecture you're trying to do, wherein the locals are also involved in constructing it, or will there be a whole set of contractors will come in and do? Because you have shown tree houses, again, as said earlier, the details are missing, so it becomes quite boutique work. So which is the boutique part of your project and which is not, and the details, enlarged details of whether it's a tree house or your exploration of buoyant structures, I think it is not touched upon in detail. It is there as a concern, and you have done it in the passing, but the details, if it is there, you can show these things at the site level, inherited and now, and your structural explorations in terms of tree houses, details, materials, and buoyant structure. Otherwise, I think very sensitively done, and I think you've covered a lot of ground, but yeah, it's quite dense. Your sheets are very dense. So to figure out, like, your program is very on corner, then expected outcome, your bubble diagram. So what is emphasized, it should be emphasized, probably is not there. So I think there's a whole clutter. So, but otherwise, I think very sensitive. Yeah, that's it. Jaisim sir. I'm done.
so should I start? So
Yes, sir, I think you're on mute. I think you're on mute.
hello.
Jaisim,
Yeah.
sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. You have nothing to ask, then he can say or what?
The only question I have for him is,
Please increase your system volume, Jason, sir. We can't hear you.
you can't hear me now?
Yeah, but faintly, yeah. But it's okay. Go on.
Where is the audio, man? Audio is full.
Yeah, you speak, no problem.
What I was saying is, this looks more like a theoretical thesis, not like a design thesis at all. He's got an excellent work of accumulation of a lot of details and things. But as you said earlier, there is no details and just too much in each sheet. So there is, I don't know what the architect thinks, or I don't know what the imagination or the innovation is. It is more like putting things together. Yes, I agree, it's an island, a beautiful space. How am I enjoying the island? I have no idea. And could it be a tourist thing? Yes, you put that with Jua people inside, fine. But if you had concentrated, see, a good thesis concentrates on some item more in detail, and to say, if I work everything else, I also work the same way. Here, it is just spread and spread and spread till all the cheese runs away to the sides. Otherwise, you have a huge opportunity to do good work. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Should I start explaining, answering? Hello? Hello?
So I think.
Please go ahead.
Answering,
Hello?
yes. Please go ahead and answer.
Yeah. Can I have third sheet, please? Fourth sheet. Can I have next sheet? Yeah, this one. So can I have this part zoomed, please?
No, not that. Close.
So this is the existing site. Yeah, that's it.
And this one.
So can you take upwards a bit?
Yes, that's right. And double clicking. Yeah.
This part is the existing pressure of houses, like where the existing. Yes, this sheet. So this is the mapping which I have done visiting the site. So this was the existing scenario where all the houses and major built mass was present, and comparing the CRZ rules. So this was not supporting the CRZ rules which are coming up now. So while giving a new proposal, I studied the CRZ rules, and based on that, I had focused all the houses and settlements over in this area. And the outer part I have kept all the temporary structures. So temporary structures includes structures like workshops and visitor stay facility, which will be for 6 months. So the houses, can I have the sheet down a bit? Yeah, so this is the typical types of houses. So there were some 10 to 15 types of houses, and the area was roughly from 80 square meter to 130 square meters. So I studied all the major internal planning of houses. So mainly there was one kitchen, one living room, one room, and one storage unit, as these were fishermen's, and the storage like fish scales and also are stored there. And during floods, all these things were washed out. So I studied basic houses, and then on site there was also a temple, which whose location I've written. Can I have a sheet upwards of it on the plan? So I have retained the position of temple and the school as it was present on site, because I didn't want to hamper the relation and attitude of people. When I'm bringing new visitors to the site, I also wanted to bridge the gap between them. And also when you asked about the visitors, so the attitude of Kokani people is very clear. They welcome the guests, but in this case it was different because the guests were not having a proper way to reach the site. So now I have 3 jetties proposed here and one here. So new visitors can also visit constantly. And the main reason of bringing visitors and proposing visitor stay facility here was to like this was the only way how I can bring visitors from different states and different mindsets to this site by promoting the tourism, by building the visitor stay facilities and etc. Now, can I have a 7th sheet? 7th or 8th sheet? Next sheet. Next sheet, please. Yeah, so in this sheet, I have explained, as you asked, the native like planning of native settlements. So can you lower the, can you take the sheets down? So this was the typical planning. As I said, there were 2 modules. So one was convertible house module where I had 1 bedroom which can be rented out. So this barrier is closed. So this bedrooms gets in separate bedroom for tourists coming in, and they can also have interactions where when we stay in visitors like native people's place. So the visitors attitude would be, you would ask, you would discuss about the all the settlement. So on there would be a bridging of gap between these 2 mindsets. And then there's another module where also have 1 module convertible and a second like 3 BHK houses, which is 150 square meters. Now, can I have a second last sheet, that is 11th sheet? Yeah, so can I have the second part, technical details? Yes, that's it. So when yeah, that should be fine. So when you are asking, sir, about the like details of how the structures are floating. So the mainly floating structures are the structures which are temporary structures located on outer edge of the site. So the structures would be tree houses, workshops, and testing labs. So majorly how the structure would work is there's a typical base frame which I have created and I have made by studying center of gravity. And then with the help of base frame, the upper structure is a totally different structure, which will be made out of mainly wood framing. So during like I have also calculated buoyancy calculation. So based on this, this calculation shows us the how much feasible height is required of water pressure and water to elevate the structures. So can you please take me to the 9th sheet? Yeah. So yeah, can you please take the sheet down? So in this case, this is one beachfront house module. All these floating houses, one has one thing in common, that is one base frame, which is anchored to the site by pile foundations. And second is the upper part, which is totally different, which is just inserted with the help of these moors. And the upper part will have a base of pontons, which will be UPVC pontons, which will help during the floods if the water level rises. So as I mentioned, the buoyancy calculation, during buoyancy calculation, that I have calculated the minimum water level required to float a structure. So once the water level is reached, with the help of water pressure, the structures will float. So as you can see here, this is normal position, and during floating, how the structure is responding during floating. So this was a typical idea of my proposal when I'm talking about amphibious structures.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. If the jurors are convinced, then we can move on to the second presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Third.
Please. Thank you.
Yes. And the fourth presenter following the one will be Z3140, Revival of Cultural Heritage of Pratapgarh Fort. Z3140, please confirm your presence.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. So you will be the next presenter. Thank you.
So next is 125, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is the presenter ready?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Agricultural landscape.
Ma'am, I'll start.
Please.
Yeah, your time starts now.
Good morning. The topic for my thesis is integrating agriculture into urbanscape. Ma'am, next slide, please. Next. Concept. The growing urban limits that have suddenly lost track of the need of clean water, air, and food. Retaining what is left of these green edible fields is a necessity in the 21st century. So being a farmer's granddaughter who witnessed the rapid change from rural farmlands to urban commercial expansion, the design ideology transitioned from a simple childhood memory to an architectural input in the city. Every city has its own needs when it comes to meeting the needs of a growing human population, which has created a rise in pollution, increasing worsening health problems, unhealthy lifestyles among the settlers. The city cores are densely populated, rarely having land for agriculture, which has led to create a gap between the rural and the urban. The boundaries of the urban limits keep spreading, leading to the exploitation of healthy agriculture soil, leading to the increasing pressure on import for basic food. Next slide, please. On the city level, such green pockets can be identified, and such kind of architectural input within the agriculture scenario would act as a module for the metropolitan cities that create business for farmers and employment while retaining the greens that otherwise would be converted into skyscrapers. Having grown up in Hadapsar, a prime farmers area, which until 11 to 12 years ago was a proud farmers base, I have seen it change into the IT sector, which it is now. The project aims to create a space that links the city, people, food, and inspires the young and old, and understand and retain the moral principle it teaches. Next slide. Next slide. The aim of the thesis is to study and apply planning strategies needed to design correlated spaces that incorporate the value of agriculture into urban scale. The scope of the design is divided into two categories, recreational and educational. The program consists of a farm-to-table restaurant, organic farmers market, farm stay, urban farming experience center, hydroponics research lab, and a farmers training center. Next slide, please. Next. The site selected for the module is located in the agriculture hub of Old Pune, Hadapsar, near Magarpatta, India. India, as we know, is a proud agricultural-based economy, but with the rapid urbanization, farming has seen a decline and posed a threat creeping into our lives. Next slide, please. After studying the existing site conditions, flora, fauna, climate, user compatibility, surrounding structures, the decision was to create ground floor structures that are naturally illuminated, ventilated structures with locally procured material that blend into the farmlands while integrating the urban outlook. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Material and structural integrity. As the thesis caters to agriculture on one hand, but is set in an urban scenario, locally available material that has values infused with the urban outlook was selected. The main structural system consists of a steel stanchion and beam that can be procured as reused material and will allow easy extension in the future. The material palette is earthy, consisting of exposed bricks, terracotta jali, hollow bricks for ventilation and dramatic illumination. Bamboo used for creating the roof patterns can be planted on site in the initial construction process and utilized at the roofing stage. Next slide, please. The project has been divided into two levels, macro level planning and micro level planning. Zoning. The ideology of retaining existing farmlands and trees led to the creation of buildable pockets over the site. The zoning was first resolved in mind, keeping the user typology, footfall estimation, along with duration of stay, which led to two categories of public and semi-public usage. The scope was already split into building typology, so it was easier to club the educational together that had a day-time duration, while the recreational with a day-night user duration. Next slide, please. Site plan. After studying the site and the detailed analysis along with the scope of each unit, the interior and exterior parameters led to their placement. The corner site access was tackled by studying the traffic patterns and chaos. The need for selective entry and exit was chosen. The restaurant was placed parallel to the existing Chikku Bagh and the dense flora, creating the farm-to-table concept via design. Farm stay is designed near the edge of the site as it creates a serene environment amidst existing farmlands. The public plaza was placed in the south as all residential schemes were along the south main road. The four public units accessible by the plaza and the inner ring road led to the placement of the market and the urban experience center on the east along with the pedestrian patterns. The research lab and training center placed to the west near to the access gate and parking. Next, please. Circulation. Connectivity to the neighboring urban fabric was an important key point as the site is located near Magarpatta township on one end and Korega Park on the other. The mobility patterns led to parking placements and the pedestrian movement studied helped design the public plaza integrated with a glimpse of an urban farm, cycling routes and pedestrian crossings. The paratransit circulation was restricted from the site but were diverted and given proper drop-off points to reduce main road chaos. Next slide, please. Special services like vermicompost, rainwater harvesting. Next slide, please. Next slide. Vermicompost and rainwater harvesting have been installed that control the exploitation of external services. Next slide, please. For micro level planning, the first unit that I had designed was a farm to table restaurant. The space is designed with the culinary concept of farm to table, which literally means the fresh produce from the restaurant farm is harvested by the customers and utilized by the chef to create seasonal and regional design menu. The unconventional design aspect from the entrance via the farmlands to the open seating layout, along with a raised deck for the outdoor, emphasizes the notion of sitting amidst the farm. Next slide, please. Kitchen United. This unit was designed in the West Block as a renting facility for the chef community that would lease fully equipped kitchen utilities for experiment or food delivery aspects. Next slide. Next slide, please. Second unit is the Organic Farmers Market. The Organic Farmers Market will be held every day where the farmers registered and the existing farmers on site would sell fresh produce. The market was designed with traditional hawkers market and a non-traditional stall market along with a central organic store. The circulation around the courtyards ensures safe waiting spaces for children and elders in a chaotic surrounding. Next slide, please. The Kisan Gruha is a resting facility designed with washing areas, resting kattas that fit the farmer's lifestyle for the farmers traveling from the nearby villages. Next slide, please. The Urban Farming Experience Center. The center was created as a journey one has to take through history of agriculture to the current city scenario. The space is designed to attract customers that want to understand history, experience hands-on farming, and the needs of the young and old were understood to make it inclusive. Spaces have been designed that integrate technology for the ease of understanding theoretical details of farming for kids and artistic gallery space for displaying work of the related art exhibits. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. The roof plan shows the placement of skylights that add to the dramatic illumination, especially to the highlight the museum pieces of burning, farmland, and the corridors. Next slide, please. Farmers Training Center. The training center will cater to farmers coming from nearby villages to learn and understand the new scientific methods needed to improve and increase output. The designing of the center is an open layout with spaces like the classrooms overlooking the farms to engage the sense of safe learning. The courtyards created along with the bamboo roof act as spaces of knowledge in a casual setting for teachers and children. Next slide. Hydroponics Research Lab. Hydroponics is a process of growing plants in sand, gravel, liquid, or a nutrient supplement without soil. The lab is designed to be a research and production lab which further requires special parameters like cutoff lobbies and artificial ventilation. The landscape, next slide, please. The landscape connectivity was designed keeping in mind the curious minds of the common public that can view the lab process from outside, and also the backyard serving as a service area, plus the researchers' unwinding zone. Next slide, please. Farmstay. Farmstay was created as a concept that would accommodate families and groups who would want to stay at a place surrounded by farms, but within the urban scape. Next slide, please. The reception, along with the amphitheater of the farmstay, was designed in a manner that will act as a multi-purpose space where the space transformed into a public gathering space for yoga chanting or recreational event for a nearby IT company. Next slide, please. The observation tower is a viewing platform which overlooks the entire site and displays the life-size model of the project. Next slide, please. To make the place more inclusive, 12 villas are designed, a single villa catering to 2 to 3 and a twin villa catering to 4 to 6 people. Each villa is integrated with the community-supported agriculture patch of land that the customer will have to farm during its stay. Next slide, please. Agriculture and landscape policy proposal. Designing such a concept that integrates nature and built led me to also focus on the usage of landscape elements that serve as multi-purpose public spaces. Landscape can be was further detailed to a policy level, where a planting and agriculture policy was put into place after studying the native flora and fauna in and around Pune. Next slide, please. From creating spaces, interactive spaces for the community, to the proposal of trees and plants that help the site to sustain and conserve the flora and fauna, conclude the design program for the project. Next slide, please. The process of integrating my own past and present for creating a future architectural aspect that integrates my authenticity, values, along with architectural learnings and research led to the making of Journey of People and Place. Thank you. Ma'am, I'm done.
Yes, over to the jurors. Can we start with Sandeep ji? Sandeep ji, if you're there.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, 125 number. I think the concerns again are there in your project also, integrating agriculture into urban scape. I have a few clarifications. When you went about this project, was your built or your unbuilt, or rather the spaces that you have left, how did you go about the process? If it is there in some of the slides, you can show that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll just finish my question. So that is one where how did you go about it? And somehow I feel that it's a very extremely, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. There's just my very structured, very kind of a very plastic kind of way of looking at things. Maybe the way you've done your drawings, it's not showing that earthiness. It's not because of materials. You have talked of materials, but somehow that earthiness is not showing up in the project. And also the entire context, you have talked about it. I don't know, I don't remember seeing the the drawings and the stakeholders of this project. Now, who are running it? Is it a commercial run project, or is it something which is done as a set of volunteers? Because that makes a lot of difference, because there is so much of flora, fauna, and integration of the two words that you talked about, agriculture and its emphasis that you're talking about. So I think these three things, one is the built and the landscape plays a landscape, not as in the manicured landscape, but the real along with what you have left as open. And the way the building, the footprints are, I don't know, this is my observation. So if you can just demonstrate, and larger details, if you have any larger wall sections, where you're talking about your structural thing, I mean, your material palette, if you have any larger cross sections and of the walls, or how the junctions are.
Okay. So for clearing the part of private or a commercial aspect, ma'am, can you take it to the next slide? Like till I tell you the next. Next. Ma'am, can you stop in the last previous slide? Yeah. So when doing the site analysis, the site is originally owned by one owner. So his name was I cannot reveal the name, but the entire land is owned by a farmer who's already doing agriculture on land. So if you see the topography demarked and the study on site, I have already demarked the trees and the existing farm pieces on land. So there was a jawar farm ongoing when I had gone to do my research. And for that, when it came to a commercial or a privately owned, like in the you can say the economically or the financial way of handling the project, so it was a privately owned thing. So in collaboration with him, and there are NGOs in our areas that take care of something known as a Sunday market. So they have Sunday markets that they organize for farmers that come in from villages from Manjri, Saswad. These are the nearby villages in Maharashtra, Pune. So so these people come in and sell in front of this site. So I literally just moved them inside my site, which I have called my farmers market. So that is how the answer for the financial thing goes by. And for site planning and zoning, ma'am, could you take it to the next slide, please? Ma'am, next slide. Next. Next. So for the structural thing, I will agree that I have not made details for the exact joining of these kind of steel structures, but you can see on the right that how each building was split into. So the basic structures were given with a precast flooring, with steel stances and beams. So everything on the outer skin was acting like only a skin. So the bricks and even the terracotta jali was made into purpose or selected as a material, because I wanted to have that kind of an open layout where they can break these buildings apart and rebuild them again. Major reason why I have also mentioned that these steel stanchions and beams will be will be procured on site if they want to use it as a reusable material. While the bamboo was what I was adding to the aesthetics, which I have already mentioned. Ma'am, next slide, please. Next. Next, so this in this site you can see that the farmlands that have demarked and the previous in my site analysis, these farmlands, these are the chiku barks that were on site already existing. So the I had started taking out pockets from spaces where I could put these buildable spaces. So if for the parking space, I knew that kind of land was wasted because it's a corner plot. So even now on the existing site, there were 3 trees. Beyond that, that part of land was barren because of the pollution and all the road leveling work was going on that time. So this kind of ways, I started making buildable pockets all over the site and retaining the farmlands that the major pieces of farmlands and the existing trees on site. So even each structure has some trees coming out of their courtyards or some that kind of a concept.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, MG.
Yes, sir. Hello.
125. I have only one observation from you. You have a very interesting way of presenting. You made a magnificent presentation, but presentation of what? I don't see the architectural essence in the project at all. You look from the entrance to the corner plot, a magnificent position. But the way you put it across from entry to out to security to parking, I would like you to study it more organically or much more interestingly. The depth of analysis is very important. Presenting is today's architecture practices going on. That's all professional, not business architects. Get into the actual architectural practice and understand the way. You look at the way your front door is, the front gate is, left side, one right. Just because there is a left side, there is also a right side. Symmetry is not architecture. Symmetry is for burial grounds. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. 125 year, the subject itself is extremely relevant. And the way you have started approaching also has to follow the similar kind of logic. Because as you have said that you are farmer's granddaughter, so you must know exactly what can grow and where it can grow. So that spirit should be as spontaneous, as organic in your concept it should be. Because you are putting in an urban area, in an urban context, doesn't necessarily mean that you have to abandon all the kind of prevailing typologies or the connect that existed in this area. The whole thing seems to be, as Sandeep is also saying, and Professor Jasim sir is also saying, is kind of imposed. It's not really evolved. And that is my one strong thing. If you are so pertinent with the agriculture, why you only have to look at the roof structure should be actually doing much more your rainwater harvesting. So the things will grow from your basic core logic of sustenance and agriculture. And that is, I think, what is just fall short of. You have actually had a good backup material, but in terms of design, you have not really explored it to the extent it could have been. That's all.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any audience questions are not appearing in the chat box. So we can move on to the next presenter maybe. And I would like to call out the number for the subsequent presentation. That would be 108, Celebrating Waste with Architecture. 108, are you there? Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
108
108.
would be the subsequent presentation. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We can commence the next presentation.
140, you are ready? Yes, ma'am. Your time starts now. Greetings to one of our present here. The thesis focuses on revival of cultural heritage of Pratapgarh Fort. The next slide. India has a rich military heritage with different forms and names serving the main purpose of defense. Among India's World Heritage Sites, 8% are forts. Though a considerable number of forts are protected by the central or local government, many remain unprotected due to various factors. They either lie abandoned or are looked after by a local community. The need to conserve India's military heritage is of utmost importance, as having witnessed countless events, these are an important part of the history. In the region of Maharashtra, forts are called Gadkille, mostly dating back to the 15th century of Sultanate rule to 19th century peak of Maratha rule. As the early Maratha period was an era of political instability and frequent wars, forts had a complex defense system but plain aesthetics. Pratapgarh is a hill fort located in Mahabaleshwar, Maharashtra, which was constructed in the year 1656. It is famous for its association with the acclaimed Battle of Pratapgarh, fought between the Adil Shahi general Afzal Khan and Maratha king Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj at the foothills. Like many forts, Pratapgarh Fort has a community residing in its perimeter. The fortification has a Gauthan named Mauje Ran Adwa Gaund, consisting of approximately 165 people. The community has a mixture of descendants from ancient Balutedar, soldiers or Maure, and Brahmin families living in the fort for many generations. The fort is a private property belonging to the royal family of Raje Bhosles. Parts of the fort were passed down to the residents as gifted lands or bakshis, and other parts leased out to the government bodies like Zilla Parishad and the Forest Department. Located at a high altitude, the fort is currently accessible via road. An alternate medium is proposed as a cable car terminal at the foothills of the fort, the existing parking. The fort is surrounded by reserved and protected forests. There is a lack of facilities like healthcare facilities, community gathering spaces, etc. Moving on to the next slide. Through the ages, Pratapgarh has evolved along with its residents. The organic spatio-temporal development, being unorganized, does not respond well to its historic setting. Construction of temporary unstable structures from newly introduced materials like steel members, corrugated sheets, and RCC contradict the architectural vocabulary of the fort. Economic state of the residents led to this kind of a development. 70% of the households are either unemployed or marginally employed. The occupations are tourism based, such as being restaurant owners, tourist guides, vendors, etc. Due to inconsistency in tourism seasons and imbalance in the ratio of tourists and facilities, the income is low and irregular. The maintenance cost is higher than their income, which disrupts the economic cycle. This is leading to an emerging issue of migration of the younger generation. These issues together hamper the cultural significance of Pratapgarh Fort, thus affecting the tourist inflow. Reinstating the economic cycle and phase-wise redevelopment would ensure continuous improvements in the current scenario. The next slide. The aim of this thesis is to revive the tangible and intangible cultural heritage of the historic site of Pratapgarh Fort through phase-wise interventions. Objectives being empowerment of the local community, enhancement of the experience, exchange of knowledge between various user groups, dialogue between the historic fabric and the people, conservation of the historic structures and its cultural landscape. Scope of the project was to improvise the community amenities and tourist infrastructure, restoration and conservation work. Proposals from MTDC and cable car terminal also helped. Limitations were lack of existing research data, challenging terrain conditions, less scope for future expansion looking at the capacity of the fort. Moving on to the next slide. Analysis of the existing fabric of Pratapgarh Fort was done through study of its figure ground, circulation patterns, nodes, land use, and ownership maps. In the next slide, we see the study of existing settlements and nodes. Here it was, can we move to the next slide? Here it was analyzed that the settlement pattern was organic, shaped by the contours. Nodes had certain characters to them according to their location, shape, and user groups. On the next slide, we see demarcation of different landmarks and viewpoints was done, including temples, gateways, lakes, and ruins of a few historic structures. A statue of Shivaji Maharaj constructed on the ruins of an ancient palace. Materiality consists of basalt rock masonry with lime mortar. New constructions have been made with red laterite, bricks or RCC with use of steel and corrugated sheets. SWOT analysis was done. Next slide shows that the region experiences heavy rainfall and high velocity winds flowing from the west and southwest directions. It experiences cold winters and warm summers. The region has a hilly topography and black hard rock with shallow laterite soil. Micro conditions include the site's north-south orientation. Southern slope receives the maximum daylight. Northern slope acts as a leeward side of the hill. There is a difference of about 60 to 70 meters between the parking and the hilltop. 4 water bodies are located on the site. The next few slides show the case studies which were done of Jadavgarh Fort. Next is Maheshwar Fort. Next, the community center. Next, an international case study of Leza Batwa Museum. On the next slide, there is a comparative analysis of all of these case studies together. Moving on to the next study, the next slide shows research on planning and design strategies of forts. Case study of Raigad Fort and Pratapgarh Fort were done. On the next slide, a conjectural layout of Pratapgarh Fort was derived from a comparative study. Next, study of principles and strategies of conservation. Principles of intervention according to Intact's Charter for Unprotected Monument and Ecofort guidelines were studied. Mapping and critical analysis of structures in Pratapgarh Fort was derived. Next was formulation of the design program in the next sheet. Identification of user groups, period of visits and activities performed. The idea of reinstating the cycle was carried out by focusing on 3 major aspects and their phase-wise development. Tourism potential, having museum, interpretation center, performance areas, food court, shops and accommodation, a few of which were proposed by MTDC as well as the cable car terminal proposal. Community empowerment through skill development and community center, redevelopment of housing and homestay module, and conservation and restoration of the existing fabric. The next slide. For revival of cultural heritage, the proposal must respond to aspects like the people, including their intangible culture, the history, the geography, and the architecture, which is the tangible aspect. The fort itself, along with its historic structures and ruins, provide evidences. The philosophy of Camilo Sitte to approach more closely the ideal of ancient models was followed. Next, we see the next slide shows conjectural layout of Pratapgarh Fort derived earlier, which formed the basis for zoning of the master plan. Next, the traces of what once was. Next slide. Study of the traces included learning from the dialogues between various spaces and structures and its impact on the larger scale. Understanding the relationship of people and the structures through the journey and experiences provided a deeper understanding to its background. The fort's response to its geographical conditions offered an understanding of its functional characteristics. Functionality and simplicity, making strong centers and evoking a feeling of wholeness. Modularity, adaptability of functions, dialogue between the fortification and the structures, both responding to their own functions. Fortifications follow flows in continuity with the terrain, catering to its purpose of defense, while structures had straight edges and organized layouts, having imposing character. Journey and the idea of refuge and prospect, creating layers in design. Experiences through transition in spaces due to play of light, scale, proportions. Aesthetics showing an influence of the then contemporary Mughal architecture hierarchy. These features together formulated a strategy which was used during designing. In the next slide, we see the zoning. Next, the existing layout and tourist trail. Next, the proposed zoning layout. Next, we see zoning was carried out by placement of activities corresponding to the social, historic, and geographical nature of spaces. Plazas and public spaces were placed on the location of previous bazaar pet and village settlement. To encourage interaction between local community and visitors, the skill development center were placed near the existing settlement. The museum and interpretation center were located. Can we go back to the zoning slide? The museum and interpretation center back actually. The museum and interpretation center were located at the end of the trail behind the statue of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Redevelopment of housing could be done phase-wise. Accommodation facilities in form of homestay or hotels could be proposed in the future while considering capacity of the site. Next, we go to the next slide, the master plan. Emphasis was on creation of dialogue between the people, geographical features, historic structures, and the interventions while maintaining a sense of harmony in the contemporary setting. The tourist trail wound around the historical landmarks, creating an open museum as well as various public spaces for interaction. A series of plazas was created in front of the temple, consisting of public, food, and shopping plazas. The trail leads up to the skill development center. I'll just annotate it. This is the tourist trail. This is the plazas, the skill development center, and the museum. After that we see as the fort circulation is purely pedestrian, pause points and sitting areas have been designed at intervals of less than 200 meters. Phase 2 of the trail acts as an extension to the existing rampart of the fort with pause points. A few pause points with the character and details have been shown. Talking about the open museum and conjectural reconstruction, two contrasting ideas were involved. First being of physical restoration of ruins, and the other following Ruskin's idea that a natural state and cycle of ruins narrate the story, which is romantic in its own way, thus should remain untouched. Strategy could be a virtual reconstruction through which shows the spirit of the fort of the past. Next, we see the Skill Development Center and Community Center, which were designed as a platform for interaction and exchange of knowledge. The street was molded to pass through the structure, increasing transparency and creating public spaces. Thus, the street becomes an interactive street. The traditional form evolved into a modular unit with stone walls and pyramidal roof. Functions for natural daylight, ventilation, and transparency. The centrally pivoted window ensure connection with public spaces. Also,
hello, can we have the background noise off, please? Somebody's making background noise. Mike. Thank you.
The roof also has ventilators as well as ventilators near the ground. Multipurpose area with amphitheater as a spillover space for performance of local art forms like lazim, talwarbazi, povada, etc. The next slide shows parts of the community center, along with consisting of a clinic, library, administration, etc. Nature of spaces in the next slide can be seen as public, semi-public, and private spaces. Next, these are the public spaces. Next, semi-public, and next, private. After that, we see the activities in the next slide. Moving to the next part, the next slide shows Museum and Interpretation Center, which is placed behind the statue. The terrain conditions consist of a mound. The statue, being of utmost importance, must be retained as a focal element. The intervention must not overpower the landmark, hence was designed at a human scale. The idea of refuge and prospect ensured that intervention was only visible after moving around the statue. The build was designed around the mound, which created an open central courtyard. free movement between the intervention and fortification, which acted as an open museum. Journey through the open, semi-open and closed spaces was designed in continuation to experiences of moving through the fort. Visual connectivity with the statue from every part of the structure was ensured. Elements show a mix of contemporary and historic influences. We can see the entrance reception, semi-open public space, interpretation and museum display areas, amphitheater at the right of the entrance, along with administration, small auditorium and a service entry. Moving on to the next slide. Central courtyard with a timeline walk narrating the history of fort through murals and a buruj which was treated as a watchtower. The museum galleries near fortification. Sorry?
Time is up.
Okay. Fine. The use of simple forms and modules. Here it was for
Stop. You will have to stop there.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Run through your slides and finish.
Yeah, you can run through your slides. Don't talk. Just run through your slides.
Pardon?
She can run through her slides.
Yes, without speaking.
Yes.
Run through without explanation.
Good.
Ek minute.
I think there's a lot of background sound, it constantly, I don't know, I was getting it,
Yes, all the presenters should be on mute.
Yeah, please.
The one who's speaking.
Let's have some discipline, please. Otherwise, we can't hear the presenter. Yeah, Jaisim sir or Anjan sir, anybody wants to go or shall I go?
You go, Sandeep.
Huh?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'm highly impressed by this. I think it's a very well structured, well thought out, sensitive, and I think you've used a lot of words. 140, number 140. I think but it's very heartening to see a lot of sketches, hand sketches and writing. It's very nice to see, and I think there is, I don't know the level of analysis, whether it was more online or physical, we don't know. But I think there is a lot of topics touched, and there is a clarity in the presentation. The diagrams are clear. So I think on a positive note, this is a very well structured and methodical approach, and sensitive. So now a few things. You said the number of residents are what? 125, very small number.
Yes,
sir,
165.
165. So what you had talked, I know you've talked about the profession and all of this. I don't know how such a small population, and then you are juxtapositioning it with tourism now, which is very good. But I don't know how exactly, again, the old and the new, you have talked about these things in your presentation, but graphically we can, if we, after we finish talking, if you can just run us through once more how the old and the new are, talking to each other in terms of built and the movement, the trail. The second is the fort wall, the ramparts. How does it play a background to your interpretation center and other things? It is there, and then your structure is there. So sorry?
Good study. That's the main study I wanted you to observe. Good.
Yeah. So that rampart wall and this, how does one relate to one another? That is another tissue which I think you can touch upon. And otherwise, I think the lakes, you had some man-made, you said a man-made lake and the artificial lake. What role does it also play in your overall trail? This is the third thing.
Yes.
These are the three clarifications, I probably, at large. Otherwise, you actually have some detailed drawings also. So if you can touch upon these three things. Thank you.
Can we go to the site with the site plan, the slide with site plan? There were actually aspects like going at it at a macro level where we see the trail which winds along with these historical landmarks. Actually, the focus was on bringing these old fabric into the public realm so that the people will have a sense of belonging with the old fabric. So the concept of open museum was derived. So the trail actually goes, the phase 2 of trail actually goes along with the land, with the fortification from here. The trail goes like this. So that is one aspect which through which the fortification come into picture. The second part is when we look at this part over here, it is kept open for a free movement so that a person, actually people walk on these ramparts. So the movement is free, so people can come walking on these ramparts. And also if we go to the museum plan slide towards the end. Yes, so here I've provided scope for circulation. So this part actually is accessible and acts as a open museum, as there are a few spaces here. Also, if we go to the next slide, and here transparency with the fortification is ensured through use of pivoted windows which can open up. Here I think we can see in the view over here.
Do you have one view with the fort and this interpretation center or the museum as a scale? Because this is very large. That was the other thing, because you have cut it off in your plans, the fort itself, which is just sitting next to it. So
Yes.
is it there anything where we can see that either the imagery of it or the plans of it together? I think imagery of, because of the scale. So yeah, that was the other question. I mean, in continuation with this trail, yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, like I could not formulate a view of the whole fort along with the.
Okay, fine. That was a question because this is the, the fort is the fort. That's
Yes,
why I
sir.
just thought, yeah. Okay, continue.
Sir, in the next slide, I think there is this one. Here it shows the fortification and the structure.
Okay. Okay, please continue.
Yes. Anything for you? Jen, anything from your side? I have only two observations on this. When you show the plan, you watch the thing, you have managed to make some things. You've made a good, excellent study, in-depth study. But your modulation, using the same module, yes, I am with you, taking modern technology to an older technology and fusing them together. But when you come to the open spaces, like you talked on the wall, when you come down to the side, your courts and all could have opened more to those spaces and played with them. The play, I somehow feel, is a little missing with the play, especially in a historical side. The play is very important. It is not that you should use only their material or anything. I'm perfectly all right with modern technology there, or today's technology, a contemporary way of looking at things. But there must be a tremendous interplay, especially for a tourist space. Take that into consideration when you, otherwise your study is in depth, excellent study of doing it, but you must get into the architectural response spaces. You will find your growth will be much more into the factors that happen.
Yes, sir.
I like the rest of the points. You have the community thing, the climate and weather looked at. I've been to this fort long ago. That's why you bring me back lots of memories when I walk down the little slope to that corner. I'm now going to plan to go back to Shivaji. You people took me there one day. I'll go back there again and see that you do a better thing of this project. Get the project, do it. Modify.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I have only a couple of suggestions. What it seems from your background, it's only 160 people living there. You are trying to bring a lot of tourists, and there seems to be a huge range of inserts. So I was really questioning. I was agree with Jasim sir. Is the kind of built and the kind of open space, because every this rampart and or the ruins itself has every place has a story, but that story has to be unfolded by the tourist, and it's not necessarily with the built kind of things. And we have a tendency to put a lot of museums and things like that uh, in order to kind of cater, but museums are not really something which strategic locations of this history of this fort probably could tell you much more intangible thing that you have actually talked about. The ruins actually speaks more than touching upon to it. So apart from that, as a kind of an exercise, I love this project and this is really good, but could have been a little more sensitively underplayed. So that's it.
Yes, the focus could be more on the trail and how it binds along,
Right.
brings everything together.
Yeah.
Was there any adaptive reuse you said, no, way of the thing? Which is the adaptive reuse? Any diagrams are there just to see?
Sir, no,
Adaptive
I
reuse?
was just talking about the conjectural reconstruction.
Okay,
Can
okay.
we?
You didn't do any adaptive reuse because that was another. I think I thought it was a good scope for this project. It was a natural extension of adaptive reuse. Apart from building, but it's not there, right?
Yes, sir. Actually, the fort does not have much of historic structures which can be used for adaptive reuse.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, otherwise, this open museum word is a very, very romantic word. But yeah, it's good. But actually, I think overall, very commendable effort. I would say. At a
Thank you, sir.
student level, yes. Also, it's not easy. It's quite a difficult thing to study. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Nice work.
Thank you, ma'am.
To the next presenter. And in the meantime, the subsequent presenter is 038, Revitalizing the Act of Community Living in the Industrial Cluster of Morbi, Gujarat.
Which one is this number?
Yes.
Rama ma'am?
038.
Yes, ma'am, whatever.
The present one is 108.
Yes.
No, this next one is 038. After that.
No. Now it is 108.
Hello.
Is going to present.
After that is what number did she say? Rama, what did you say? After
038.
038.
038.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it will be 108 followed by 038.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you.
(108), are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me just check.
I just want to check if the annotation is working.
Yes.
No, 4 are finished.
Can you see my mouse moving now?
But it's not too bad.
You're ready?
Ma'am, can you see my cursor moving? Is it visible there?
You're doing next. You're going next. He's moving his cursor. Yes, it is. And your time starts now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My thesis topic is Celebrating Waste with Architecture, a step to reduce and reuse waste through a waste segregation plant and public involvement. Next slide, please. The approach to this thesis is divided into 2 parts. The first part states the reason for having a waste segregation plant. One slide back. And the second part is the study of construction materials that are made from waste, which are used in the construction of the envelope of the building. The sheet represents the background study about the waste. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Yes, I have concluded the entire background study about waste in this particular graphic, which defines the waste collection process. So the from door-to-door collection, it's 43%. From chronic spots, it's 4%. From households, it's 12%, and from community bins, it's 40%. All this waste which gets collected goes to the incineration plant directly, and which goes to the dumping ground further. So though we have incineration plant in most of the urban cities in Pune, like example, in Delhi we have an incineration plant, but still the Ghazipur landfill is 70 acres. Though we have an incineration plant in Pune, still Devachiruli landfill is 43 acres. Though we have an incineration plant in Mumbai, still the dumping ground in Mumbai is for 50 acres. The reason being is very simple, because the waste which reaches the segregation plant is not properly segregated. It includes all kind of metal, plastic, electronic waste, etc. And this pollutes the environment, and the plant fails to generate electricity. So there's a need to plug in a waste segregation plant, which is just for the biodegradable waste, which segregates the waste. All the recycled waste goes to the recycling plant, and all the waste which cannot be recycled or reused goes to the incineration plant. Next slide, please. So after looking at waste and studying some service infrastructure, I came to a conclusion that service infrastructure are not really inviting, and I raised the question: does architecture has potential in changing people's perspective about waste? Can service infrastructure be a part of urban fabric, and can waste be given a second life and make it a part of circular economy? This approach took me to the second part of the study. So I studied works of three architects: Michael Reynolds, Latin Pandya, and Michael Reynolds and Latin Pandya and Arthur Huang. So the practice of all these three architects are based on reusing waste as a construction material in the respective projects. Next slide, please. So after studying the research papers and the works of these three architects, I made a palette which can be of waste of construction materials that are made from waste, which can be used in any part of India. So it is divided into three parts. First is reusing, second is recycling, and third is upcycling. So example, hello, I'm audible? Yes. So the reuse palette includes timbercrete brick, which is made from waste sawdust and concrete; the ferro rock, which is made from steel dust and concrete; rubber tires, use of coconut shells as for filler slabs, etc. For in recycling palette, it includes tensile fabric made from recycled polyester, plastic bricks, roofing sheet, which is made from recycled polycarbonate sheet, etc. And for upcycling, it includes fenestrations, which can be made from discarded metal and reuse wood. Next slide, please. This sheet represents the strategies that were considered. So in graphic one, the graphic one represents how the function of the building can benefit the society. The graphic two represents the strategies that were considered for designing the project. And at the bottom, the vegetation that I've listed down is basically, though it's because it's a non-biodegradable segregation plant, I need vegetations which have the characteristic properties of purifying the air quality and reduces the odor in the present. And on the right are the materials that I've used for this particular project. So in architecture, where expression is through materials, it is important to set a balance in the use of those materials. Example, when I make a wall of fly ash and plaster it, though it's a wall made from waste, but still the users specifically won't directly connect with it, thinking that it's made of waste. Whereas if I use materials like plastic bricks or waste coconut shell, rubber tires, etc., people do get connected with it easily, because these are the ways that daily gets generated. So this basically approach helps in enlightening the journey of the users and not making it a little more confusing. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is site analysis. My site that I took is in Pune of 4 acres. Specifically, why I decided Pune is because currently in Pune, there's only one incineration. There was only one incineration plant named as Roshan, which has recently been shut down. As of current scenario, there is only one landfill in Pune, which is still considered as an illegal landfill, and people are protesting about it. So I decided Pune is specifically a good location to start to come up with the idea of a segregation plant. And then through my study, I listed down the nearby recycling plant, nearby scrap centers, and schools and colleges, nearby schools and colleges. Next slide, please. So before I start, I go up to my master plan. I would like to show the iterations that I came across first. So a segregation plan has three spaces. One is the tipping building, one is the storage space, and one is the processing unit. So this is the section which I came up first with a storage space and a tipping building and on the ground floor, and on the first floor comes the processing plant. And I came up with this layout. But then because of the height, the scale of the building was too big, I came to a second option where I used the contour of having the tipping building on one level, the segregation plant on the second level, and the storage building on the third level. But what happened, what I realized that I want to make the service infrastructure part of urban fabric. And what I'm doing is I'm isolating it by using the campus planning rules. I'm isolating the service infrastructure and putting all the public spaces on one side. So in the third option, I brought the infrastructure service, the segregation plant in the center and all the public spaces around it. And then I took this option further and I came up with this master plan. Yes. So in this master plan, it's a 4-acre site which has a drop of 6 meters with a segregation plant in the center. This is the end. Can you see my cursor? Is my cursor visible?
No.
Can you make it full screen also? I don't think it's full screen.
No.
Post college, kindly respond.
I'm pausing the time. Right now, I think he has put some timer to the presentation, so it's going faster than his narrative. So I can't do the full screen right now.
No problem. Sure.
Should I start, ma'am?
Yes.
So this is the segregation plant. The segregation plant is in the center, and these are the spaces for the trucks. These are the roads for the trucks to enter. On the west side is from the segregation plant you get connected to the Museum of Trash, and through the corridor of the Museum of Trash you get connected to the workshop areas. And from the backside of the segregation plant, whether there's a water body and murals from ways and a pathway for people to get connected to the other space on the east side, which is a sustainable shopping center, and further there's a cafeteria. They also have a separate entrance and parking for them. Next slide, please, ma'am. Next slide, ma'am. So this is now I'm going to explain the blown ups of each spaces. So this is the segregation plant taken from the green space in front of the segregation. The plant is made from pre-engineered building system, plastic based. The roofing sheet is combined with styrofoam, which again a styrofoam is a waste is a product made from waste thermocol corrugated sheet. The plinth and the adjoining plinth walls are filled with construction and demolition debris. Next slide, please. Ma'am, next slide, please. Yes, this is the blown up of the segregation plant. So in the segregation plant, this is the tipping building where the trucks enter and they put the garbage over here. These are the exhaust shafts over here. This is the segregation. This is the processing plant with the processing machine. Here is the storage building, and here are the toilets and office areas. So the entire process is open for the people, outside users as well, making this a semi-public building where there's an escalator which takes you to the public skyway, which gets connected to all three spaces. And further, there's also a lift taking care of the disabled people if they want to visit the plant, and it gets connected to the Museum of Trash to this public skyway. Over here is the plant is made from pre-engineered building system. What is a pre-engineered building system is when you made beams, columns, and stanchions out of discarded metal. So you made I sections out of discarded metal. So it has to be minimum. The design, in terms of its design, has to be very minimum but yet very effective. This is and next slide, please, ma'am. Yes. So this is the section taken from the segregation plant with the machine room and a skyway and the public skyway at the back. Yes, ma'am. 10 minutes. Okay. Public skyway at the back. So talking about this machine, the machine has the capacity of 25 tons per hour. That means per day it can segregate 25,000 kg of waste per day. So, and this is the section from the tipping building, and this is the section from the storage building. So here is the public skyway, and this public skyway further connects you to the Museum of Trash. In the view, this is the segregation plant with sustainable shopping center on one side and Museum of Trash and workshop on the other side. Next slide, please. So the Museum of Trash is a G+1 building, which is divided from the central, which is divided by a straight flight. So if I cut a section from the staircase, what you see is this thing. So it's basically a space where you in one floor you experience the problems that are facing in landfills today, and all the other three floors you experience the products and the materials that are made from waste, which are used in designing the building. So if I so this is a tensile fabric made from polyester. This is a plastic waste. Then continuing section through this is this one, where you understand what is the current scenario in the landfills, with things popping out from top, things popping out from the wall, making an installation out of waste, everything. So the entire building is of RCC framing with debris, construction debris filled with timbercrete bricks and fly ash bricks. Next slide, please. So this is the learning space. These are the three workshops which open in the central cone, which is made from waste tires. You can see where I've taken in this diagram, where I've taken the view from. The elevation of the work, the fenestration of all these three workshops defines the function of the workshop. Next, please. Next. So first is the recycling workshop. So if I see the elevation of the recycling workshop, it's made from plastic. So the fenestration, though it has a metal frame, it's the plastic breaks, which makes aware that the function is of reusing workshop. Then there's a upcycling workshop, which is this one. So the fenestration is made from waste laser cutting metal waste, which is brought from the nearby scrap centers. And this is the third workshop, recycle workshop, which is made, or the fenestration are made from waste recycled polycarbonate sheet. And this is the admin prod, which is isolated because being a separate entity. And this all opens in the central cone, which is made from waste tires. Next slide, please.
30 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide, please. So this is a section taken from the workshop with a central cone in between, and these are the mezzanine floor in the workshop. Next slide, please. So when I started with this, my idea was to explore materials in this particular field. So I tried using some material. I visited some places. I made this styrofoam with corrugated sheet. I found a material which is made from waste thermocol, a timbercrete brick, plastic brick. So I tried to explore more in terms of materials, making a sample of it or something. Next slide, please. So this is a sustainable shopping center, sustainable shopping center with the RCC frame structure, and keeping the language stale, I've used a timbercrete brick for the construction of the walls. Next slide, please. So this is the sustainable shopping center, and so these are the inside are the shops. All these are the shops, and these are the three iterations that can be done if the person who purchases the he has three options that he can do. Next slide, please. So this is the elevation of the sustainable shopping center. These are the three levels of the shopping center, and then these are the small this is the staircase which I designed from metal waste and perforated sheet. This is a railing that I designed for the sustainable shopping center, which is the railing is designed in the 4th dimension. It has a metal wheel connected to rubber gasket, which is fixed to MS bar. The wheel rotates when it comes in contact with the wing. The idea is inspired from windmills. Next slide, please. And this is the cafeteria. Next slide, please. So this is the cafeteria. So the entire cafeteria is again an RCC frame structure with a metal roof on it, a metal truss on it, with a corrugated sheet with styrofoam made from timbercrete brick. And so I've listed on the materials below. And this is a public toilet. So usually what you see in a public toilet is
Please stop speaking and run the slide.
Oh, okay. This is a public toilet made from dry leaves.
Please stop speaking and run the slide.
This is the elevation. This is the end. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. That is done. 108 is done.
Okay.
Yes, over to the jury.
Well, who's going to start off?
You.
Me.
Jasim, sir, you.
My dear 108, you had a title. It seems to mismatch to the talk. Waste with architecture, as you call. I'm not talking about waste materials. Fine, you have all the, but in the architecture, what is the waste? That is a very important factor. Another factor that I would have loved is, yes, you talked about materials. We have hundreds of manufacturers who are making a lot of things from waste. It is not just one or two. All over Karnataka, all over Bangalore, all over Bombay, Tamil Nadu we make. But it's the expression of waste that is important. Whereas you're using a modern building, what happens to all the waste spaces in architecture? How is it expressed? What happens in the real design process? That is the most important thing. If you had even put some few points and said, this is where normally in architecture, these are the areas that are never even thought of. That is the real waste in architecture, which is a bigger waste than all the material waste that you can think of. Then that should, building whatever you're building, those expressions should all be made with the materials that you have collected from waste manufacture. Yes, that would be a great expansion, because there is no, according to me, waste is wealth. That's what we preach here in our community here. We call it waste is wealth. There is no such thing as waste. It's a question of how we express it and how we use it. Neither is space, neither is time, neither is material. Architecture is one great subject or objective that can integrate these and an expression. This should keep happening all the time. Then architects would have played a big, big role. But otherwise, your study is excellent, gone in and gone in and gone in, but learn to express it in a more imaginative way. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. First is,
yes,
as Jasim has already pointed out, that you are talking about the celebrating waste with architecture, fair enough. But your major talk is only about the waste in a very conventional sense, and that too as a solid waste. You are not talking about the waste of other things. So a major problem is with the perception of the waste, because half the time you have spent time in what kind of manufactured process of the waste that can be utilized. But the waste, the way you can actually use it best is the way you have found it. Because reusing is always much, because ultimately waste, if it is much more energy consuming, then there is no point in actually trying to recycle this waste. So this is, I think that is a kind of a major headache which I have. The kind of building architecture that you are trying to promote. Also, you have said that you are going to use your discarded steel stanchions and beams. Have you ever seen, because your building is extremely modular, how do you use different sized materials? So that means the architectural language has to be much more incorporative in terms of using those. And so if you want to have a corrugated sheet or polycarbonate sheet, I would rather resize it and use it in a much more innovative architectural solution. Because then it makes so much sense, because if I have to process, then would you use the styrofoam, and it's a much more kind of a complicated process. If you are trying to get waste to your fitted size and try to incorporate in the design, ultimately it's another wasteful exercise. You might as well accept it the way it comes in and try your innovation to really go beyond that. Otherwise, this is a very standard industrial kind of a project. So your waste case studies on the waste itself is there, and in your solid waste, your domestic is what is the composition of those waste. You have not talked about the building waste. You have not talked about the consolidated your construction demolition waste. These are different kind of waste, so they need different kind of treatments, different kind of usage. How best you can even our whole structure is based on a second hand economy where used doors, windows, are people are using it already. So those are kind of much more innovative way to really handle waste. The buildings which are we are discarding is itself we are considering, because we are demolishing it and rebuilding it. Might as well use the whole building the way it is. These, so you, if you have to concept, because your title says you have to celebrate waste, as Jasim sir is also saying, is basically waste is nothing concept of waste. Waste is a wealth. So you have to really capitalize that wealth, and how innovatively through your design process you can do it. So that is my take. Otherwise, it's a very standardized, conventional industrial process.
Okay, yes. So the idea is now when you speak about waste, like I think an example of plastic. Now the plastic you generate, though it's a conventional waste, it stays there for 500 years. Now what I'm coming with the idea of using that waste, that is plastic is as an example, using that waste as a construction material in architecture. Rather than making buildings of bricks and everything which we are still making, I'm just coming up with more options and trying to celebrate waste through architecture by using it as a construction material. Reusing of doors and windows are one part which is still happening, I agree to it, but something more than it should happen, of using plastic bricks or using timber bricks, which is a waste of sawdust, or any other way that I've shown in the list.
Precisely, that is not expressed in your buildings. You come to Madurai, we'll teach you how to do foundations in plastic. We'll teach you how to do roads in plastic, walkways in plastic. It's so much that can be done. That expression should come in your architecture. That is the most important thing. And waste spaces that are very important. 99% of the projects being built today have only spaces that are totally wasted. They have no interactive action at all. What are those spaces? That is architecture. Otherwise, material fellows and engineers will handle it much better. BPMP commissioner will handle it much better. The MLA and politician will handle it much better. But what does an architect do? That is the objective of an architect.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No, did you build it on the landfill site?
No, sir. No.
Okay. I thought that was the first question I had in my mind, that it starts from the site. So I was just wondering that you are talking about landfill site. So I don't know. I mean, that's of course. I mean, you could or couldn't, but I'm just saying your project could start with the site itself, which is not going to be used, and now it's a waste anymore. I mean, it's a landfill or whatever, or any other site. It doesn't have to be landfill. It could be something which is abandoned, brown. So that is one thing. The other is, as already pointed out earlier, I think the look at your shopping complex, for example. It's a huge space. I mean, do we need to build so much? First of all, let us also understand, not because of your topic, but any topic, do we need to keep building? I don't think so, because we can build as frugally and as reuse the spaces for different things. So I don't know whether we need dedicated spaces, not only for your project, but because your topic is there, it's much more relevant. That is the second thing. The third thing is, I don't know about the architectural quality of the spaces. That you didn't talk about much, because you have it's an interactive. You said people are it's self participatory, public participation. So I don't see it in your diagrams. Some sections show some walkways going up and down. So how does purely as an architectural series of spaces, I don't see. It's more like a palette of reused, I mean, materials that you have used everywhere, and put it together, in terms of even your paving, if you're in terms of your movement places, your unbuilt spaces, all of that, and how much to build. So I think the topic is extremely relevant. You have touched upon the research part of it, but the manifestation, as already mentioned, starting from the site itself. I think even the way you've defined your site, it's just some cookie cut. You've cut it along something, and then it's like a compound wall, and then you have shown it. Even the way you presented your context plan, it is cut out from somewhere. It is not something which is inherited. It's a greenfields project. So right from the site to this. So we are not saying you've not done a good job, but you could have done a much more thorough job with your project. But I think it's the concern itself is heartening. It's nice that you have that concern, but I think your architectural spaces and how much to build and how to go genuinely into this topic is something you can now start with. It doesn't stop with your thesis. So that way you don't have to be disheartened.
Thank
Okay,
you.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to the jury. I think now we move on to 038, revitalizing the active community living in industrial cluster of Morbi, Gujarat. So I will not be calling out. I will not be calling out one more number now, because after this presentation we will break for lunch. I will not really be calling out another number right now.
But doesn't he want to, Rama? But what about preparing immediately after we come back from lunch?
Yes, sir. After 038, we will pick one more number.
Okay, you will do it. Okay.
Yes. So we will ask 038 to commence now.
Yes, now I'm here.
Yeah, host college will start the timing. Please start.
Yeah, I mean, do I have to share the screen?
No, the host college will share the screen.
Oh, okay.
Give me a second.
Yeah, and please time yourself so that you can dwell more on the later part of your presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a general to all presenters. Please time yourself so that you get more time in the later part. So we have been having a variety of topics. I think this has been across the zones. A wide variety of topics have come up in this cycle.
And scales also.
Scales also. So I think in pandemic times, we are very heartened to see such
Yeah, true. That's commendable.
Yes.
Can you make it full screen, please?
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So good afternoon. Yeah. I'd like to present my design dissertation titled as Compact. As the name suggests, it talks about the act of community living in the industrial cluster of Morbi, Gujarat. Next slide, please. Located in the Saurashtra region of Gujarat, Morbi is an industrially active region since the past. Located along National Highway 27, it lies in close proximity to the cities of Jamnagar and Rajkot, and it lies in seismic zone 4 and experiences a composite climate throughout the year. Next slide. Introduction. The thesis studies two aspects, that is migration and urbanization, which are interlinked that influence the areas of destination as well as origin. The study focuses on two types of migration, that is interstate and intrastate migration. Next slide, please. It proceeds ahead by studying the impact of urbanization and migration. Urbanization, which leads to the expansion of cities through industrial clusters and special economic development zones, thus creating greater job opportunities, fostering migration. Next slide, please. In the recent years, the rapid rate of urbanization in the districts of Jamnagar, Rajkot, Ahmedabad, Vadodara, and Surat in Gujarat have created greater job opportunities, thus favoring migrants to settle within. The two pie charts highlight distribution of employment. Manufacture of construction material and electrical goods is seen in Morbi, which caters to 36% of the employment in the MSME sector in Rajkot. Next slide, please. Morbi, the ceramic powerhouse. The slide shows a satellite image of the current situation of Morbi. Located in the center is the old town of Morbi. Towards the east of the city is the growing ceramic cluster along NS27, which houses close to 900 to 1,000 units as of today. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Next slide. Yeah. The following is a graphical representation showing the old town of Morbi with the watchtower on the right and the booming ceramic cluster next to it, which is divided by the river Machu. The old town acts as a gateway to the job opportunities in the ceramic factories. Next slide, please. A figure and ground analysis between 2005 and 2013 highlights the radial growth of the city. As per the urban sprawl, we can see that between 2005 and 2013, there has been a steady growth in residential activities, but an exponential growth in the industrial activity along NH27. Next slide, please. Site survey. 7 factories were selected and workers were surveyed on the basis of their sex and age, their original place of residence, and whether or not they were skilled, unskilled, or semi-skilled. The primary group of workers were male within the age group of 21 to 40. Workers required a predominantly unskilled, with most of them being out of state, followed by interstate, and lastly the locals. Next slide, please. Workers were also surveyed by their place of residence in Morbi and their family size. Most of them resided within the factory premises or rented houses with their nuclear families, followed by extended and joint families. Very few workers lived by themselves. Next slide, please. Different type of factory accommodations was also surveyed. This particular slide shows factory residence of workers residing at Riveria Ceramic, Madhav Potteries, and Hem Ceramics. Next slide, please. In addition, the house of a potter was also documented. The potter, a native to Morbi, lives at his private residence, which boasts dedicated toilet and kitchen facilities as well as a porch at the entrance. On the right side, a rented house for factory worker was also documented. Next slide, please. A comparative study based on aspects such as ratio of room size to number of people, ratio of toilet facilities, and hierarchy of spaces is also studied. The thesis tends to address these issues faced by the workers residing within the factory and the rented residences. Next slide, please. Design intent. The graphic demonstrates the intent of the program, which is to foster interaction between the migrant factory workers of different factories while providing them with a better living scenario. The program is envisioned as a prototype which can be multiplied within the empty pockets or negative spaces between the enterprises throughout the ceramic cluster. Next slide, please. So the inverse figure and ground analysis highlights the ratio of the density of development to open area in the city of Morbi. The presence of empty pockets or land patches in between the factories which are used as dumping grounds. The thesis intends to use these negative patches as the potential area for the demonstration of the proposal. Next slide, please. A small part of the industrial cluster is selected for demonstration. Based on the presence of negative pockets, a total of 6 potential sites are highlighted, out of which 1 will be used to demonstrate the proposal. Next slide, please. The selected site has a total area of 26,730 square meters, which is a vacant land owned by the local authority of Morbi and is located in proximity to NH27. Next slide, please. The proposal intends to cater to the migrant factory workers living within the 8 factories located in the proximity of the site. A preliminary figure and ground analysis and existing land use analysis shows the scanty and scattered development with the dominance of industrial and commercial activity, with a few residential activities here and there, which are actually the factory residences. Next slide, please. Design brief. The program focuses on a housing facility catering to 300 workers who live with their families, giving rise to a total population of almost 900. In addition, a middle and secondary schooling facility for 100 to 120 students and a vocational training facility for 50 to 100 students is also proposed. Next slide, please. Design strategies. Learning from Morbi, finding the essence of development, the character of streets, identity of the houses form the basis to proposing a housing scheme catering to the industrial population. Next slide, please. Design strategies such as chokes, streets, plinths, and otlas act as potential areas for communal interaction. The presence of chokes act as a pause point to the already dynamic thoroughfare, whereas otlas act as a threshold between the public and the private, thus making it a shared space. Next slide, please. Steps and staircases is more than a tool for vertical connection. They provide the concept of eyes on the street by providing an elevated view, giving a glimpse of the neighborhood. Terraces act as an important tool for promoting community interaction and are multifunctional in nature. Next slide, please. The concept of self-incrementation and converting existing residential rooms facing the road to small commercial storefronts is extensively seen in the existing fabric. These particular rooms have dual use. Next slide, please. Site development. The site development is highlighted in 8 stages, with stage 1 being the existing scenario, stage 2 being demarcation of potential entry points and setbacks, stage 3 where a network of roads is established, and stage 4 where a series of bends and chokes are added to the proposed road network. Next slide. Stage 5 shows the placement of public amenity buildings along the chokes and a playground at the center of the site. Stage 6 shows the placement of services. Stage 7 is allocation of location and type of housing cluster, and stage 8 is the final scenario. Next slide, please. The proposed site plan. The proposed site plan gives an overview of the envisioned housing scheme. The proposed arterial road forms the spine connecting the housing clusters. Along the arterial road is the schooling facility at the north end of the site, the playground in the middle of the site, and the vocational training facility at the southern end of the site. Next slide, please. Design concept. The housing module revolves around a base unit, a cube of 3 meter by 3 meter by 3 meter, which when multiplied forms one module. Multiple modules, when interlocked, flipped and mirrored, give rise to one cluster with pockets of interactive junctions, thoroughfares, and terraces. Next slide, please. This is the demonstration of each cube, the planning of each space demonstrated on this slide. Next slide, please. Based on the living scenario of the workers, that is single, extended, and nuclear family, the modules are designed to cater to the needs of each. The areas vary from a minimum of 22.5 square meters to a maximum of 37.5 square meters. A detailed overview of the zoning of each module is provided on the right. Towards the bottom, the massing and classification of spaces of a typical module is explained, while aspects such as cross ventilation, structural stability have also been incorporated. Next slide, please. Demonstration of design strategies. Concepts such as open planning allow the user to change the layout as per their need, and elements such as outlaws, staircases, which act as communal interaction spaces by providing eyes on the street, have been incorporated. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Terraces act as an important tool for promoting community interaction. Incrementation leads to the generation of new communal interaction spaces and new connections. Aspects such as cross ventilation, shading, and seismic design strategies have also been incorporated. Next slide, please. Types of modules. A total of 7 different types of modules are designed. Aspects such as incrementality, economical construction, open planning, shared spaces have been incorporated. Next slide, please. This is the demonstration of module A, a one-room incremental on the ground floor and a one-room kitchen non-incremental on the first floor. Next plan and next slide, please. This is the demonstration of module B, which has a one-room kitchen on the ground floor as well as on the first floor, both with the opportunity to increment. And this is module C, is a one-room kitchen fully incremental. It is designed for families which are expected to grow in the near future. Next slide, please. Module D is a two-room kitchen fully incremental. It is designed for families that are already big but expected to grow in the near future. Module E is a two-room kitchen non-incremental on the ground floor and a one-room kitchen non-incremental on the first floor. Next slide, please.
10 minutes.
Yeah. Module F is a two-room kitchen on the ground floor as well as on the first floor, which are non-incremental in nature. And module G is a standalone Module G is a standalone one-room kitchen ground storage unit. Next slide, please. In addition to the housing units, dormitories have also been proposed in the clusters to accommodate the workers who are staying by themselves in the industrial setting. Next slide, please. The opportunity to self-increment the modules helps cater to the need of the growing family size, need to augment income, and overall improve the quality of lifestyle of the migrant workers. A gist of the different possibilities is demonstrated here. For instance, a shop, a part shop, an eatery, or a bedroom also. Next slide. This slide shows the incremental opportunities of module B and module C. Next slide. Sorry, module A and module B. Next slide. This slide shows the incremental opportunity of module B and module C. Next slide. This slide shows the incremental opportunity of module D and module G. Next slide. The requirement for public amenities is necessary. It allows the scheme to be self-reliant while promoting communal interaction. As the name suggests, Vishramalaya, it is a multi-level porous structure around a courtyard which hosts a series of public amenities. Next slide. A similar demonstration of a Vishramalaya is done beneath an overhead storage reservoir. Next slide, please. These are the different types of clusters that have been proposed, namely cluster A, B, and C. Next slide, please. Finally, coming on to the master plan, this slide shows part 1 of the detailed ground floor layout. The entry of the schooling facility is located near one of the proposed chokes, which is in conjunction with the proposed arterial road. Next slide, please. This is part 2 of the ground floor plan with the playground located in the middle. Next slide, please. This is part 3 of the ground floor plan with the vocational training facility located at the north end of the site. Next slide, please. This slide shows the first floor layout. Next slide. Again, the first floor layout of part 2. Next slide. And this is part 3 of the first floor layout. Next slide. A detailed cluster layout. A detailed ground floor cluster layout of cluster A is shown here. Cluster A houses a total of 18 modules catering to a population of 124. Towards the left, top left is the Vishramala A, and towards the center is the dormitories. Next slide, please. This is the first floor layout of cluster A. Next slide, please. This is the terrace layout of cluster A with the highlighted portions as the accessible roof area. Next slide, please. An axonometric view of the ground floor of cluster A showing activities within the houses as well as the courtyards and thoroughfares which promote communal interaction. Next slide, please. An axonometric view of the first floor of cluster A. Notice the terraces and the staircases which foster neighborhood interaction as well as provide eyes on the street. Next slide, please. An axonometric view of the proposed cluster post-completion. The terraces at roof level are connected with the help of overhead connections. The Vishramala opens up at the terrace, thus creating a thoroughfare at roof level. Next slide, please. Highlighted in here are some, in color are some incremented spaces. With incrementation, the ground floor hosts a new range of activities ranging from shops to salons, whereas the first floor leads to development of terraces and thoroughfares. Next slide, please. This is section A showing the cut through cluster A, the schooling facility, and cluster B, and shown in detail is the activities of cluster A. Next slide, please. This is again, this slide shows a detailed section of the schooling facility and proposed views of the school. Next slide, please. This section BB, is again cut through the schooling facility and cluster A is shown in detail. Next slide, please. This is a detailed elevation through the street demonstrating the envisioned street character. Also proposed views of showing communal interaction at terrace as well as street level. Next slide, please. This is section CC. Next slide. Next slide. These are some envisioned views of the proposal. Clockwise from the top left, the courtyard, the Vishramala, the vocational training facility, and the Otlas. Next slide, please. Adapting the precast method of construction, the following exploded axonometric view is showing the connection of a typical precast housing module which is proposed in the project. Next slide, please.
Time is up.
Okay, yeah, you can just browse through this. Yeah, I'm done.
Over to the jury.
Jasim sir or Anjan sir would like to go?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Anjan.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Sandeep ji.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, congratulations. I think this is one of the first projects we saw today, which has got a clear set of drawings. It's almost ready. It's like working drawings, ready with grids and everything. You know, everything,
you, sir.
sections. Yeah, your details and all that is there. Very crisp. I think the scale of the drawings, the information, you have not cluttered the sheets. All of that is very, very good. Very nicely done, and the graphics is nice. Now, coming to the heart of the project, there are 2-3 things. Your house is the heart of the project, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think it's, you know, there are 2-3 very clear observations. You know, what I have is, one is your approach has been very, very clinical. Is this a rented or ownership, you know, kind of a settlement? Is this like the factory owners are making it for their this one and it's going to be rented out, or is it you know ownership?
Okay, so I'll answer it right now or later on.
No. So this is one is the ownership or this. The second is, I think there is an extreme rigidity in the way you have done it. It's if I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but this is one way it's extremely rigid, and I think it does really reflect. One is the humane part of it, how how it, even your house typology study that you have done before they rented it out, how they live, and could you adapt it with a kind of a modularity in inverted commas kind of a situation. That is one thing. And the way that the choice of only 3 meters by 3 meters and then multiplying it, I don't know, I found it kindly very restrictive. That is the number two. This is an observation, you don't have to answer it. The public amenities also follow the same vocabulary. It doesn't actually have any other vocabulary. I think it's a multiplication again, whether it's a school. So I think the material palette, the rigidity, the way thing is, this is one concern. And the other is the way you have followed in a very clinical way, the road network first and then the houses. So I don't know about the density, that even at the site planning level, it looks extremely dense. It's impersonal to some extent, although you have touched upon all the topics. So these are the observations. You can answer the ownership part of it, but the other thing, it's your choice. But I find on one hand, it's a very crisp and up to the detailed part you have shown it. But on the other hand, I don't think that the human component and the exploration of materials and this is there. This is my observation. Thank you.
Okay.
Anjan sir.
Yes, I think I agree with Sandeep because the whole way of 3 meter by 3 meter, it is a very engineered grid, but hardly actually fits in the way we normally use the space, because a square always creates much more difficult and redundancy than actual usable unit. So that is number one. Second thing is that the way the whole community, because they are interstate, then there is intrastate. So who is migrant for how much time, the duration? Are there permanent migrants or they are kind of a transit migrants? So accordingly, their families, if they come with families, that is one. Local population I can understand, but the migration, the nature itself, I really didn't understand much. So this is there local employment? And third is, who is going to monitor this whole implementation? Who is deciding that what size of module will be given to whom, and how they will be selecting this? So the whole urban economics part of it is not responsive to the way, because this is not like Aranya township where people actually invested their money and then trying to kind of get the same basic services and all. So probably a much better way is if you can actually had a basic infrastructure, basic zoning, and a system of connections. And if it is compact, the way you say the act of community, is the community who is taking the initiative in allocating themselves this kind of a commune. So I mean, the whole thing is, and then rest of the thing I agree with Sandeep. Even your facility centers, the location is perfect, but the way it connects to the community and the public life on your streets and the inner courts, somehow architecturally it's not really resonating. I mean, this is my kind of take.
Okay, let me come back to you on this in a different way. For your present, I don't know whether you can see where I'm exactly sitting along with my two young architects here. I live in a community of 4.5 meters by 4.5 meters. Each of us owns a module. Some of us own 2 modules, some of us 1 module. We are about 212 people. None of us own the space. We own the entire land here, which means all of us can browse around and move around the place. I like your idea that way. We only share, we don't own. That's the way we built it. This is about 20 years old. I'm here for the last 10 years, 5 years, designed long ago in a picture terrain. But what I miss here, which I would like you to study as an young architect to study, is when people don't really move around like this in community spaces. They usually isolate themselves, move around, and then you need you have those courtyards, but you have a huge road cutting in. We have tried to avoid these roads because the moment you allow a 30-feet road, cars come in, buses come in, bumps come in, traffic becomes an unimaginable space, unimaginable to use, unimaginable to communicate. Communication is what we call this place Suvidha, which means communication and excellence of living. Sometimes it goes beyond the Atlantis. And then when you do the modules, when you do the expressions, you should be able to build within the space or isolate. And what I'm talking within the space, a lot of 4.5, so many variations, and they should be very comfortable variation. The visual from outside to inside, I wish I can show you what I can see from outside here. I don't see any water bodies, any parks, any greenery around the place. That's very, very crucial. Human beings love spaces, and you should look at it. I'm glad for an youngster you're doing this much, and then use your terraces. The terraces are very important, or unless you say nobody's going to build anymore, like we have. Nobody can build anymore. If you can do that. But then when the economics hits you, something else happens. The urbanization hits you. I'm glad you put something, but remember how in India, if hardcore anybody looks at you and say, if can such a thing happen in your space, which nobody owns anything, but only shares it. That is a big fact. It doesn't matter as an youngster, you don't have to worry about ownership and things. You're only an young architect a student coming up. But the fact is, flexibility is very important factor, very, very important. You must start looking at it. And clusters, people, you should not isolate clusters. You should try to bring people to interact. Otherwise, what happens, typical Indian conditions, people start moving to one crowd and another crowd, and slowly small groups start happening. And those groups, instead of communicating, start fighting with each other. This is what I've experienced. Start looking at it. Water, air, all your elements and senses also make a big impact. Try to use these contours and work it. Because ETP plant, power plant, they all occupy lots of, it's not as easy as things. I would rather look at this as a MR process of master's degree course than an undergraduate course. Your housing, it's not a small thing to do. But anyway, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the reviews. So I'd like to start with the first question is that who's actually going to build this? So back when I was studying the ceramic cluster, I came across something as known as the Morbi Ceramic Association. So every factory in the Morbi Ceramic Association, every factory in the industrial cluster is associated with the Ceramic Association. They bring in changes, they bring in reformatory changes. For instance, one of the things was that probably the gas prices were increasing too much. So they went as one body to the government of Gujarat and they got the prices lowered. So that's when I say that who's going to do this is going to be the Ceramic Association again, who will be responsible for building this. But yes, I do agree to one aspect is that how will you allot them as per family size? That will be a little bit difficult. But I mean, I had given this an initial thought, but then as the thesis proceeded ahead, it slightly went behind my head. Secondly, when you say a 3 meter by 3 meter module, the idea is that, I was trying to get into consideration the GDCR regulations for people of low income group. Then also why the rigidity, because I'm trying to look at a precast construction. This is not just that's going to happen or catering to these 900 people. I'm trying to cater it to almost all the 50,000 people who are, the 50,000 migrants who are living inside this ceramic cluster. So this is not just a demonstration for one place. It can be repeated at 10 different places again. So this is just one particular way. And the reason that I actually bifurcated them into clusters is that, for instance, say tomorrow I have another, and I can just select one particular cluster. Like, okay, I know cluster A can be put in out here because there is space out here. So it kind of eases the process in the long run. So that was my take on it. But of course, I do agree to most of the arguments put forth by you. And this is, I think, I've tried to get clarity as much as possible from my end. And yeah.
No, don't worry. I think it's a brave attempt. It's a tough topic, as Jaisim sir says. Housing is untouchable. It's like it's the most encountered and felt topic. So it's to select this topic, take it up itself is brave, which is good. And the drawings are good, which is also very important, which we see less and less in today's context. And you have done it, but yes, architectural content and other space making explorations and lifestyle And the other things you can, you should explore, continue exploring. Otherwise,
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, Jayshree.
Yes, that was wonderful.
Rama, thank you. Now all are hungry.
Yeah, we break for lunch. So I would like to say, call out the next presenter who will present after lunch when we reconvene.
What's the number?
And that would be 100, Game Nation, game developer and animation studios in Kharghar.
100?
Yes,
100, Gaming Nation, video game developer and animation studios, Kharghar.
What time do we meet after lunch?
What do you suggest, sir?
We will have to go up to the clubhouse
24.
and come back. What time is it now?
124. Can I suggest 2:10?
Between 2:10 and 2:20, we'll somehow come back. No problem. I'll call madam also. Okay, ma, we'll try and be back.
Samritji and Anjanji?
And we are on the same
I
program.
think, yeah, no problem.
The entire,
15? I'm somewhere in between.
no. Are we going to redo the whole thing again in the sense?
No. Please don't log out. Please remain logged in.
Are we going
Please
to
remain?
Are we shifting to another platform?
That's what.
No, not really. Not really.
Oh,
We'll
good.
continue
Very good.
here.
Good,
We have settled
good.
down.
Thank
We'll
you.
continue here.
Okay.
And we'll meet as suggested between 2:10 and 2:20.
Okay.
Thank you. And the presenter who presents after that at 2:15 will be 100 Gamination.
Okay. Thank you.
Please confirm the presence of the participant.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
100.
Wonderful.
Yeah, good.
He's there.
Yes, looking forward.
We go have lunch. Have a good lunch. Relax.
Have a good lunch. Yes.
Exit?
No, sir. They told us to be.
But we should off this.
No.
1 hour, the whole thing will collapse. No? It'll stop by itself.
Stop the video and you can mute it.
Yeah. How do we do it?
So just double click.
You tell me. Then?
Just mute it and stop video.
Now they did.
See, what should I do?
Maximize the screen.
Click.
There.
This
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
This time it moved the other way. Camera, don't mute here. So you switch on this light. Which one? No, put that light. Yeah, enough. I thought sometimes put that light also. Not enough. Next.
Good afternoon, Jaisim sir.
Good afternoon. Had a good lunch. Stomach is full. Can you hear
on
me?
Mute.
Me? No, I'm not on mute.
Oh, so you're
You
not
are on mute, Jaisim sir.
Can you hear me now?
Or are you talking? Oh,
You
sorry.
can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't put
good.
on my headphone. My mistake. Sorry.
See, Fountainhead has only heads. Come.
Huh?
Fountainhead has only heads.
Only head. It is top heavy. You mean to say it's very top heavy then?
Acha, fountains coming there.
106. Okay.
100.
Yes, ma'am.
No. I'm just writing the old.
Yes. Yes, we are starting. We're just waiting for 3A to confirm the presence. No. We are all here. 3A we are just looking to see. There. Yeah. Yeah. Ma'am. Good afternoon, and I hope 38 is here. 038. They're just waiting for the presenter, sir. 038.
Yeah, sure. Had your lunch, Rama?
Yes.
Where are you? You're sitting in your cabin or what?
Yeah, very much.
Oh.
Rama,
yeah.
The presenter now is 100, no? Number 100. Correct.
038 we have done.
Yeah.
100.
We have
Okay.
done.
100 here.
We have finished.
Yes, I'm here.
I think. No, we have finished.
Am I audible?
Yeah,
Yes.
you are audible. Yeah.
Okay.
We can
100 man. What is the next one after that?
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Next one after that will be 139.
139.
Collaborative Botanical Center. Collaborative Botanical Center.
Done.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So if 139 is confirming, then we can start with 100.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
100. Done.
Gamination.
Can I get the annotation? Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
100.
Yes, I'm here.
So your time starts now.
Can I get the annotation? Like, check the annotation.
I think the annotation tool is on top of your screen. So you have to just press it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're
It's
ready?
visible?
Yes.
Okay.
You're ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Your time starts now.
Every one of us has consumed media one way or the other, whether it be some movie animation, video game, social media animation, or a roadside digital advertisement. In fact, we are consuming it right now on the presentation itself. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. This is my design dissertation topic, Gamination, video game developers and animation studios. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Content makers put in a lot of work making the desirable content before releasing it to the public. That is from office spaces to screen spaces. And the technological developments like the mocap studios have accelerated the business. Today, animation includes everything from video games, cartoons to special effects in movies and even effects in advertisement, televisions, or hoarding. It is an extremely vast field with various applications. Animation is the backbone of the industry. With the newly found animation techniques, the gaming industry is at the peak of IT business. The thesis helps to understand the work culture of the different factors contributing to this IT industry together to come to inference and propose a design intervention with a new office environment culture that combines modern office spaces with modern individual needs. India, as it is now, is one of the most developing and resourceful country, which possesses great potential in the IT industry due to its manpower and knowledge in the sector. It is important to channelize these sectors towards the greater good and thus bring the scattered sectors of the animation industry under one umbrella. The, the evolution of office design has slowly but surely become something completely different. Decisions in relation to the layout and design of workplaces are no longer property driven, but are more and more influenced by human resources and facilities, with the key objectives being to retain and attract the best talent in the marketplace. The most important basic element of company success life is employee cultivation. Next slide, please. The primary motive is to bring all the sectors, that is the development studios, pre-production studios, production studios, post-production studios, production offices, and administration within one site, like the EA Vancouver in Burnaby. Unlike the apartment rented single animation studio, like the Paperboat Animation Studios in Mira Road. One good example of employee-oriented workplace is Publicis in Lower Parel. This brings me to the second motive, that is employee workplace well-being. Imagine a dedicated beanbag breakout space for refreshment in your workplace. How awesome is that? Next slide, please. The proposed site is located in Kharghar, Sector 27, Ranjanpada, Navi Mumbai. The site is 9,950 square meter in area with FSI 1.5, which gives me a built-up area of 14,925 square meter. The reason for selecting the site are: firstly, Kharghar adjoins the central business district of Belapur in Navi Mumbai. The places in BKC and other commercial places in Mumbai are almost saturated, so the future generation will move towards these developing sectors. Taloja Industrial Estate and the MIDC TTC industrial belt is in close proximity to the site, which makes it one strong reason for its selection. The site lies between two metro stations. Wait, can you go back? The site lies between two metro stations and is adjoining a main road which is 25 meters wide. Navi Mumbai International Airport was proposed to be just south of Kharghar and less than 15 kilometers away. Kharghar turning out to be at the center of the activity is major plus point. Kharghar also falls in the Navi Mumbai Airport Influence Area, or otherwise known as NANA. Furthermore, it is quick access to Mumbai city, which is around 20 kilometers away. Khargar's geographical location is what makes it so important. The future potential of the site is tremendous. Also, there are many townships going on nearby, which will ensure better walk to work culture. There is an electrical substation and a G+20 housing on the east side, metro line on the west side, and central parks towards the south side. The shadow analysis The shadow analysis of the G+20 structure gives me an opportunity to place the building blocks appropriately. These are some site images. Next slide, please. Keeping this in mind, the design process started with stage 1, placing 3 blocks on site. 3 blocks were determined by 3 different processes. The first one was to divide the program in 3 blocks according to the zone. The second one is a movie reference. The silhouette of the structure resembles the curve. And the last one being the 3 parts of a gaming joystick. The stage 2 was to orient and spread the program to maximum available ground coverage, that is 50% of the site area, so as to reduce the structure height because of the street between the structure and the huge G+20 housing. And the final stage was forming. These are the process models. Evolution. models. Next slide, please. At first look, the slide plan shows the maximum use of the flat roofs as accessible green roof, northlight roof, and a terrace cafe at the top. The solar panel and the double skin facade, which extends as a canopy. For block 1 entrance, the entrance of the site is towards the south side, provided with lay-by parking for the visitors. This is the lay-by parking. Next slide, please. Previous slide. The view from the west side shows the vertical green elements, water bodies, and the staggered build and open floors, which is done for better airflow. The gym is located at the third open floor, and the fourth floor terrace has a green roof. The highlighted part becomes the connection between first and second block. This one. Next slide, please. The Voronite Isolated Lightweight GFRC double skin plays an important role to cool the structure and also demonstrate the current architectural capabilities in fabrication. The punctures are formed so as to optimize the heat intake and for cooler airflow. The underflow air distribution system plays active role to cool the structure. This is an energy saving method because most of the ceiling based air conditioner tend to first cool the hot stale air which is already present at the ceiling level and then the bottom actual utilized area, thus requiring a lower thermostat reading than the actual temperature and higher electrical consumption. The raised flooring helps to lay out the server lines, electrical lines, and the underfloor air distribution system. The key design elements are Northlight roof for better northlight intake, the glass tunnel connecting the two blocks and thus providing more access to terrace cafe, vertical sloping green wall, mini golf course, indoor plants like devil RV or cactus and aloe vera, which don't require a lot of maintenance and are free of pollen particles, helps to improve indoor air quality and provide physical distancing, which is very crucial during these pandemic times. The beanbag spaces and the indoor slide. Section CC is a section through the production offices showing the glass tunnel and the indoor slide. Section BV shows the block 2 programs and the motion and the motion capture studio. Section AA is a section through the gym and library which I mentioned in the previous view. Next slide, please. Next. Now a question may arise that due to COVID, most of the offices are work from home. Then why the need for this place? Well, modern offices may be shifting towards work from home, but offices like this, which require high quality servers and data bandwidth with special instruments and capturing studios are not likely to go out of business, or rather it will only bloom in the coming years because the media consumption has already increased in the past few months, growing a deeper root in the society. The first image shows the front LED advertising panel, which is intended to be noticed a lot by the people in Central Park, people traveling in Metro Line, and many more. The second image shows the glass tunnel and the terrace cafe. The third image shows the outdoor seating spaces below the Ulta Chhata canopies. This fourth image is the mini golf course. In the last view on the right side, it demonstrates that most of the views are frame views showing the dramatic spaces that are to be interacted with. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The sectional view shows the 3 blocks. The block 1 has the administration and the consumer testing ground to test the contents created and get a feedback from the consumers at early stages. The block has a IMAX PLF cinema, a normal cinema, gaming area, arena, merchandise shops, and VR gaming zone.
10 minutes.
Okay. Next slide, please. The block 2 is where the actual content is developed right from the concept stage to post-production. Next slide, please. The block 3 is the final production offices for both animation and video games. Next slide, please. Playful work environment with quality outdoor spaces is like the new normal for better output and employee productivity, just adding a slide cheers up the space around it. Next slide, please. Section TD is a section through the front staircases and shows the double skin facade. Every human has skin for thermal modulation, but still require apparel for extra comfort. Similarly, the double skin facade provides extra comfort for the users. Next slide. Now let's move on to the plan. This is the basement level plan. Next slide, please. The main entrance is from the main road, which is towards the south side. Service entry from the north and exit from the east side. The block 1 ground floor layout is where the initial discussion with client begins. Hence, the client meeting room is of utmost importance and is kept at the center, which also acts as a visual barrier between the admin workforce and chairman and the managing director. The restricted entry for the consumer testing area is from the reception itself. The stilt and the informal sittings areas play a crucial role for better employee social interaction. The mini call floor is situated in the stilt area below block 2. Vertical crane elements play a vital role in biophilic design approach. The block 3 houses the production offices for animation and gaming in both ground and first floor respectively, which is typical in plan. The interesting element here is the slide which is connecting both the production offices, while the open planning plays an important role for future space planning flexibility. The 400 raised flooring ensures the modularity of changing the layout quickly and efficiently. Next slide, please. This is the first floor plan. Next slide, please. Okay. Next slide. Next. Next. Next slide, please. Okay. These are the elevations. Next slide, please. The view shows the amphitheater and the front LED advertising banner. These are the two sectional boxes through the structure. View E shows the block A featuring the PLF cinema, consumer testing area, and the admin block. View F shows the indoor slide and the green roof. Next slide, please.
13 minutes.
Okay. Next slide, please. The slide shows the axonometric view of the structure. View G shows the skin and the studio spaces. View H shows the motion capture studio. Now let's move on to ARD. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, next slide. These are just ARD slides. You can run through it. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Should we go?
Yes, sir.
Sandeep, you want to start off?
Okay, anything. You can also say whatever. Okay, I'll stay. Yeah, do you want me to say?
Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one is firstly.
All the future. Yeah.
Sorry?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You are the future. Yeah.
No, I'm closing towards you. Don't worry. Number 100. I think one is we should commend you on detailed set of drawings first. I think that is good that you have done enlarged drawings, smaller drawings. There are enough graphics to explain the sheets are not cluttered. All of that. So
thank you,
so
sir.
I think that part is very good. I have some fundamental questions. One is your design parameters is you have said certain things like north light and light tunnel, all of this. Now they are only parts of the entire architectural manifestation, vocabulary, space making, whatever it is. In terms of whether it is climate, light, it is not percolating throughout it is not encompassing the entire campus. So that is one thing. The other is you have taken the gaming form and then probably tried to do it somewhere. You had shown the PlayStation and then you have tried to use this. So these are certain observations. There's nothing right or wrong. It might be a very commercial way of looking at it, or otherwise. So it is very debatable. But I have my own reservations as to the, why, how you have approached it, and also the amount of build. But my fundamental question is, I was just thinking when I saw it, this is a very new typology. Also, you are saying, it is not there. Do we need to build so much? Can we understand that if we need so much of virtual things are being developed in this, can we separate the closed boxes where we need absolutely closed rooms where I need to develop something, and certain other things can be done on wall facades. So many other works can be done in the semi open. So can this lead to a new typology? It is more of a search, that the campus for this typology, I don't know if we can squeeze the footprint, and a lot of things can go underground, because we don't need, maybe for some places we don't need light ventilation. I'm just talking, at the top of my head, that I don't think we need to build so much. We can use all surfaces of buildings to come up with this typology. So I would only urge that at a student level, better than any other thing, it would be nice to take this forward, and probably come out with a form and set of spaces which are probably more adaptive to this, and we can really save a lot of space and keep it more for interaction, for outsiders to come in, rather than being closed, and only being seen, viewed. So the form, the way it has been done, the search for this typology, I think that part, I'm not I feel there is a restrictive approach to this whole thing. And then the materiality is quite, I mean, there's nothing new about it, which is fine, but you could look at that. So these are my observations. I don't know if you need to answer that, but these are
no
my
need. Anjan?
Somehow I agree with Sandeep more, because if it is a gamination and animation studio, what really, because we are getting into the new realm and new kind of a venture where virtual becomes the lifelike situation. So there has to be a kind of a dialogue between this closed virtual world and as well as the more public aspect or the connective aspect with the society as such. So this particular building, I was actually looking for solutions, because the way he has approached slowly will
Sir, can I
lead.
get back to the plans? I just run through it because of the
Doesn't
time
matter.
limitation.
Let the jury go through, then you watch.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Ranjan, sir.
So basically, that is what actually I find. Ultimately, it has created a lot of expectations, but somehow it has not really being architecturally explored or kind of taken that venture out, which is basically the new topic. So detailed drawings, everything is fine, but the concept as a whole is not coming together.
Anjan and SS, you both put it together very succinctly. My observation is very simple. This is my builder's project. It means it can be built by anybody now. There is no imagination and innovation for a thesis. There is no risk taking in this. This is something like a working drawing project, which my builder comes and says, can you build it tomorrow? I would expect a thesis to explore what you call areas of adventure. These are extremely sitting bylaws. It doesn't even question one point. This is where I assume I want young students to approach architecture with great radiance and tremendous imagination. The imagination and innovation is very important. It is not those little functions of putting a chair here or a table there or something. How does the future happen? That is very important. I don't want a buildable project. The moment a thesis is buildable, it is not a thesis.
Go
ahead.
Okay, sir, I get your point.
Please, no, nothing wrong. Understand it. That's a future.
Yes, yes,
the future, man.
I think you should not get, see all comments, number 100, whenever we are giving, we are looking through your eyes as an opportunity to do every project, once again. So it is not like you have not attempted, you have put your best foot forward. We all recognize that. and in terms of drawing and terms of, but I think probably as Jaisim sir and Anjanda has put it, I think we all feel that it is a very doable, in the sense it is very constructible and everything is in place. The kit of parts is in place, the wall surface, the windows and all of that. And you talked about some calculations, all that is fine, but what beyond it? And for this typology is what I felt very strongly. This was a very good opportunity, probably, to take it forward. It's nothing is lost. What ends big is a beginning for something else. So it is nothing wrong in what you have done. You don't have to be, but yeah, I think take this opportunity to be not necessarily be different for the sake of being different, but take
explore
it.
it.
Yeah.
Sandeep, you must put on your video here. We are not able to see your face.
You have to hear my voice, not see my face.
Thank you. That's
okay.
nice.
I put it on.
Good.
Okay. I think that reminds me. I think Rama ma'am. I think even the participant. I mean, the one who is presenting. I think I was seeing some other zones. They were asking them if they have the bandwidth, they can put it on.
No, but people say we should not recognize them. Some of us.
No, I don't know. I was seeing the other zones yesterday. I was seeing some other zone recording, and I think Anirudh was saying, if required, you can put it on. I mean, it's just an option. That's all.
I leave it to Rama. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, good. Thanks. Good attempt. Overall.
Thank you. So, yes, we will proceed on to.
But before you go to 139, what is after that?
Pardon me?
After 139, who is the next?
Yes, we will proceed to 139, and after that will be 117, reconsuming the idea of waste.
217, is it?
117, reconsuming the idea of waste, a solution to upcycling.
Okay, recycling. Okay.
Solution towards upcycling.
Okay, go ahead. What's the time now? 14:50. Okay.
So we can now start with 139.
139.
Collaborative botanical.
Center.
Okay.
Hello, you're ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah. Your time starts now. Okay. Greetings to all. My topic is a collaborative botanical center. It's an example of behavioral juxtapose, and it is located at Thane. Next. Can I have the next slide? Yeah. So the topic of curiosity was the urban landscape transition and the role of plants in the day-to-day lives. This poses a question that what would be the future? Next. There are examples of human and plant relations which have been identified, and some concepts like the sacred groups exist and they need to be celebrated. Next. To draw parallels between the physical and the psychological functioning of plants and human, that behavioral study was considered. Next. A sensory study was chosen to juxtapose the functionality of humans with that of the botanical world to generate empathy and a sense of belonging. Next. The hypothesis is to facilitate a common platform where experimentation, exploration, and experience completes the cycle of a mindful escape. Next. So the issues which needed to be addressed were the lack of awareness about conservation, the poor connected research facilities, isolated scientific research, and the losing botanical heritage by local communities, and the loss of importance of plants in a day-to-day life. A survey with maximum city dwellers not having access to research who were unaware of their botanical history voted for a need for one such platform. So the project aims at creating a social influence and bridging the gap between the scientific research and the locals. So it is to create a common platform, bringing together the local knowledge and the scientific scholars to generate an empathetic behavior for the visitors. Next. Introducing ethnobotany, it is a concept where the significance of plants in a culture is identified and it's studied. Next. So the research component was the human plant psychological and physical interdependency, and what were the possibilities of including it into the build spaces. Next. Experiment was conducted to understand the difference of a positive human of positive and negative human talk to plants, and the result was noted. And this exercise is in line with the horticulture therapy, and the table shows the different spaces which can be formed to help exercise these practices. Next. So the conclusion was that spaces like green roofs, green facades, plants in transition spaces, and overlooking plants can be formed. Next. The site selection, the site is located at Manpara near Yor in Thane city. It is a site which has been, which was a quarried site earlier and is being rejuvenated. It comes under the Sanjay Gandhi National Park tourism area, and there are contributing ethnobotanical heritage factors like the humans on the site. Next. The site area and the site data was such that the site is an active edge of a growing city, and would be a place where the locals and the city dwellers can come together. Next. So the site data with the existing typography, connectivity, and vegetation is shown. These are the on-site images from the site itself. Next. The climate is hot and humid, and the winds from the southwest direction. The place lies in a high humidity area throughout the year. Next. The site analysis with the slope, natural drain, noise, and existing movement was done, which concluded that the site can be split into functionality, activity, and on the basis of functionality, activity, and primacy. A zonal conclusion was therefore formulated. Next. The zoning and the massing was done based on the degree of privacy, based on the height of the site, the connecting roads. It was important to build a visual link because of the existing terrain of the land and the massing of the spaces which will be formed. Next. The inferences from the case study. The case studies that were done were based on either the function or the activities on site. The first was the Ashoka Trust for Research in Environment and Ecology at Bangalore. This was done to understand the functionality of a research center. The second was the Botanical Garden at Mexico to understand the relation between the built and unbuilt. The third was the Kerala Forest Research Institute to understand the material palette and have a context study which was similar to site. The Botanical Research Institute at Texas had different activities on site, such as field plantations. The pedestrian bridge at Whiting Forest of Row Gardens was an example of how the pedestrian movement can be uh, articulated on the side. And the sixth was the Institute of Horticulture Therapy at Bangalore. This was a journal which had horticulture therapy exercises noted in it. Next. So the architectural program mainly had 5 components: the research, education, curatorial, therapy, and recreation. A character of space for different areas were identified and helped in designing for. Next. Activity timeline was thus articulated, where a holistic approach to the overall space, which would help in generating an empathetic awareness to the user, was curated. Next. The concept was to generate, glorify the journey from the city to the wilderness, and to help the space to navigate and educate the user into the cultural and ecological heritage of the site. Next. So how will the experience be? The experience is based on 2 different parts. There would be trails carried out on the site. One would be indoor and the other would be outdoor. So based on the human interaction and density from entry to exit on the site, there would be different places where they could interact. Next. The design development has been a process of building with cut and fill method of construction with retaining walls with an east-west orientation. For a form development based on the orientation and wind movement, bifurcating the spaces for ventilation based on zoning, and connecting with circulation and passages, creating and celebrating the in-between spaces. Next. The site development was divided into circulation activity and landscape development, wherein the entry and exit movement can be regulated, and the privacy of the public and private spaces can be identified. Also, also the relationship between the softscape, hardscape on land can be completely developed. Next.
10 minutes.
Okay, so these are the main build spaces: the visitor center, the interpretation center, and the research block. Next. Placed on the site at the entrance is the visitors center. Moving through a series of open pavilions, you enter into the interpretation center. This is one part, and the another part is where you completely enter into the research block. Next. The planting pattern had 4 major parts. The elevation, zoning, and wind breaking pattern, wherein the site was divided into multiple zones and the planting was designed. Next. The phytomeridian zone was the generation of a riparian zone so as to give a natural edge to the water body. The third was the productive landscape, wherein the entire vegetative area on the land can be given different spaces, and the rejuvenation of the land can be made possible. Next. The fourth was the rehabilitation followed by natural succession, which is planting species with different timeline, so that the space is perennial in vegetation. This is the view of the site, wherein the visitor center, the trail, the interpretation center, and the research area can be seen together. Next. This is the ground floor plan, and the site section show the relationship between the built and the unbuilt. a schematic representation and a side section. Next. Next, please. Next. These are different sections. Next. Coming to the leisure trail, this is where the outdoor trail begins. Next. It has a meditation pavilion and a water pavilion. Next. A cycle pavilion and an observation deck throughout, which is a pathway through the large water body. Next. The central pavilion is a place which connects the built and the outdoor and the indoor trail. Next.
13 minutes.
Okay. So the visitor center has the concept of linearity because it is a place which is directing the visitor into the wilderness. So it is a series of activities placed one after the other, which helps in navigating and directing the activities. Next. The visitor center has two entries, one which goes to the research center and the other is a pedestrian entry which directs the user to the main entry. It has a reception, a shop, audio visual. Can we go back? Can we go back? Okay. One more previous slide, please. Okay. So these are the sections of the visitor center. We can go ahead. Which shows the butterfly garden connecting the water body, the views through the entrance, the shop, and the connecting passage. Next, please. The interpretation center is a place where the tree sanctum is located. It is a place for the sensory experience. The form was developed circular so as to have no boundaries and let the cycle continue. The horticulture therapy has its application here. Next. This is a plan. From the central pavilion, you enter into the information gallery, which has the information about the ethnobotanical heritage. Next, we enter into no, not next. Yeah. So we enter into the open exhibition area. From there, you go into the artifacts gallery, and this is the second trail, which is the indoor trail. Next, you enter into the tree sanctum, and you complete the trail by passing through the greenhouse, the different greenhouses.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Just
We
run
can
through the
scroll
remaining.
through.
Yeah.
Go through the slides and finish it.
Yeah.
Yes, done.
Anjan sir.
139, I find it is exciting that you have taken this particular subject as bringing nature, but it's a difficult subject to actually deal with it because it talks more with the experience part of it. So I was really thinking that you would rather show us much more celebration of nature by, you have mentioned a couple of plants and other things, but plants itself has a huge kind of bearing and kind of an architecture. If you go to any sacred sites or other things, you will see one single tree kind of anchors you down into that space. So how you really generate those kind of spaces instead of just green roofs and green facade, it should be more of an experiential, the way you have tried to deal with that kind of linearity and so much of the built and unbuilt, the dialogue, you could have explored a little bit more with the way how it really connects to the botany and then nature, because this is a kind of a site within an urban kind of realm, as a kind of an oasis sorts. So that kind of connect with the experiential part of it, and in your case studies, those are very relevant case studies, but they are all like botanical institutions. Are you planning to really build this like an institution? And this is some things that I'm still pondering with.
Okay.
Sandeep, sir.
I'll answer it.
No, no, you, after you.
Me? Okay. Uh, I really liked after 100, 139 goes to the other extreme. This one lays with the imagination, but then, as you said, when it gets into the organic point, it just disappears. The organic side of it is totally disappeared into the project, whereas it's got repetitive structures and things. It's a very nice attempt for an young person in an architectural scale. But when you talk of nature, as you were saying, it has got to fuse itself into the plant life, into the animal life, into various factors of the human being's mind and thought process, which would have happened very easily. You had a lovely site and you have a lovely theme to explore. Yes, and the details, some of them can be more explored. See, even when you put those three objects of those three elliptical ones, they need not be identical. They can follow each other. Have you ever found two leaves which are identical? Two apples that are identical? Just look at them. That is where the importance comes of understanding nature. Okay, start studying it. Nothing wrong, but start studying it. You'll find you are into a tremendous future that you can explore. Why? Don't worry whether it can be built or not. Somebody will find a way to build.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think yeah, I think it's covered most of the comments, I think, and it's quite open-ended. Actually, to me, one is that the design strategies for a project need not always come from the same typology. So when we are doing case studies, I don't think we always need to do something which we think will have a similar programmatic case studies, and what I am probably searching to do through my project, can be very different. So that way, we get different clues. So I think that is one. And then I don't know, that's what design strategies is a bit confusing in your project 139. It is there, you have put it, but I don't know. I mean, it's a little, it's so open-ended that, the interpretation is there. And then, yeah, the way the built is, and then the way the forms, to me also, the way the forms are sitting with each other could be more. I don't know whether again the question comes to me, how much do I need to build and how much of the surfaces can I use, and even the topography of the land. There is this huge water body which is existing, right? Correct.
Yes, it does
Yeah, so
exist.
it's on the top part of the site and the site is sloping. So I don't know how water and the fauna can work together, and the trees. So somehow landscape, the inherited landscape and the manicured landscape with your buildings, actually the buildings can be much more muted, in the sense, probably one exploration. And then how to do, because for you there is no, like how Jaisim sir said and even Anjan sir said, that there is no FSI, there is nothing, it's all open-ended. So how do I carve things out of my site, and how do I do, and probably make it a non-building project, if I may use the word. So non-building. So so I think sometimes exploration beyond what we when we do case studies, as I said, sometimes it doesn't open our eyes. So, but nevertheless, I think it's a good topic, good attempt, something unusual. But the product can also be equally not unusual for the sake of it being. But yeah, probably you can take this forward. I think for all of us, sometimes what happens, somebody else does a project and we get ideas from it. So
In
I think,
fact, she herself says experience, explore, and
yeah,
experiment. I wish she had followed her 3 E's in the
yeah.
project totally. It should have been
No,
fantastic.
somehow I guess sometimes we get caught with the deliverables part of it. I think even as practicing architects, but as a student, you should free yourself more up than us. As a thing. So costing is not there. Or is it there? I don't know. So many other things.
It is basically an opportunity to explore
Yeah.
your ideas through.
Absolutely, and I think you should not. I think you should believe in yourself, but you should back it up with what you want to do. It should not be something only form based or only something. So I think that way there is becoming more restrictive and then marks oriented and these other things. Which is where we get caught up. I have to impress. I have to get approvals from So it happens. I guess that's the real life. So anyway, I think it's a good attempt, but yeah. Just think further from it. That's the most important. Don't stop with it.
Yes, sir.
It's a good food for thought for all of us. Thank you. Yeah, you can go ahead and say whatever you have to say. One thing.
Yes, for the connection between the built and unbuilt, try to create a series because so that the user is navigated within the space, but also has a chance to go outdoor. But the case studies, yes, they did influence to an extent, and I accept that. And the natural water body is 17 meters deep, so it does not overflow, and the water is diverted to the next water body that is created at the bottom. So the
But am I using it as part of the experience as such? It's a huge.
Yes, it is. There are the pavilions which are
Yeah.
created around it, wherein you can, because the large water body cannot be accessed because it is deep.
But it is a fluid thing. No, it keeps improve. It probably keeps increasing, drying up. So
Yeah, yeah,
it is dynamic. It is dynamic, right? So
yes,
it is
yes, it
not a
is
static
dynamic.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So
no.
and it overflows. So that dynamism also is there. So no, what we are saying is you have a huge palette to to probably
Yes,
push
yes.
yourself more than most of the other projects because you have given yourself that room for for negotiating. So I think that way.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, you're saying something.
Yes, so those were the points.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. Good.
Next, or any questions?
No question. Nobody, no audience speaks. No, I think till now.
They're
We are making up for the audience also. I think.
Basically, I think we had some questions in the chat box.
Oh, is it?
Yesterday and day before, but none today.
Today, I think we are chatting too much.
Too much. What is the next subject?
Fine. Then we move on to 117, reconsuming the idea of waste.
Yeah.
A solution towards upcycling. So another one dealing with waste.
After that?
And after that, the final one would be 136, a city cultural center, Vari. Vari, a city cultural center.
Okay.
136. 136, can you confirm presence?
Hello.
Hanji.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
but we have gone quite fast, Rama ma'am, I think.
Yeah, we have done properly. No.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Because we started 1 hour late.
We need time at the end.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. So, can 117 start?
Please.
Yeah. Next
Can you
slide.
type starts now?
Next slide. Reconsuming the idea of waste. So, exploration of this thesis began with certain questions like why waste is present everywhere, like on railway stations, oceans, roads. Yet we are so used to it that we don't do anything about it, or we just don't want to talk about it. So, answering few questions, my research happened to focus towards our country situation. So India is amongst top 10 MSW generators, and as per a survey conducted by Ministry of Urban Development, uh, it is documented that Indian cities and towns are highly inefficient and outdated for management of waste. Also, public awareness and participation for this is next to zero. So that is one aspect of it. Plus, for the purpose of production, our economic system is based on the principle of exhaustion of natural resources. So for this, we buy more, we spend more, we throw away more, and because we are accustomed to use more, we spend even more. It's a vicious cycle that our consumerist society would not want to break. So this thesis tries to give a solution by creating an upcycling facility which focuses on adaptive reuse of any discarded materials to its fullest. Also, by giving equal importance in creating awareness and providing a public infrastructure. Next slide. So, upcycling, that is a cradle to cradle approach. Generally, if we are drinking a water from any plastic bottle, what we do, after drinking, we throw it in the dustbin. So, the material that is plastic, we are not using it to the fullest. That becomes a cradle to grave approach. But in cradle to cradle approach, uh, here whatever the materials are, so once we use it, we make sure that we reuse it in a way, or we give a quality that is of higher purpose, so that it doesn't add to the landfills, or just as a discarded trash. So there are two cycles. One is biological cycle and one is technical cycle, and in this thesis we will generally deal with the technical cycle. Next. So for this, I had done three case studies. One was there are few citizen scientists amongst us who practice upcycling in smaller scale. So there were three, four live case studies that I did, wherein one was they were upcycling jeans into useful handbags or cushion covers. Then second was all the plastics that can be upcycled, papers can be upcycled. So that was one set of case study. Now another set of case study was Seoul Upcycling Plaza, which is in South Korea. So they had the similar approach, but here they were catering to the entire country, wherein my thesis is just for now limited towards a particular ward. And the third is earthship constructions, and how this different architecture practices in different part of the world are reusing all the trash in up to the fullest. Next, please. So the area program, so there are different workshops which upcycles different materials like textile, glass, CDs, papers, cardboards, plastics. Then there are few collaborations wherein different citizen scientists are given a collaborative space in the structure. Then, of course, there is an awareness center and the exhibition and the library area. Next. So when I was doing the research, I actually went a step ahead and started doing the research of how each and every material is upcycled in its own way and what all are the requirements. So from there, I got to understand what are the space requirements. Next. Next. So for the site, actually there was a challenge citing the site. So the site is located at the threshold of an industrial area as well as a residential area. So this industrial area, so initially the thought was the industrial area would add as a bonus point. Money it would add as a raw material, a provision of raw materials for the structure, and residential area was for to promote the public participation in it. Next.
So by doing this, I came across a problem that, you are doing for a good cause, that is okay, but why would anyone come to your structure? So the entire process of designing started by two things. So the entire site is divided into two parts. One is the upcycled garden part, and the second is the structure. So in the garden, in upcycled garden, there are different elements like pick one pavilion, black box of consumerism, mirror dome, glass bottle pavilion, wherein all the so in that garden, I wanted people to come and at least see what is happening. So that was the reason I had provided a space for them. So here there'll be people will be focusing on the consequences that are caused due to trash, and once you pass through them, you enter into a solution, that is the structure, which acts as a solution in terms of building materials. Next. So I started my designing by, so the site is surrounded by G+5 structures. However, it is not affecting the site that much in terms of shading. So I obviously wanted a inward looking building, and from there so in the next slide, please. So here, if you see the main entrance, that is the main LBS road. From there, the main structure, main entrance to the site is there. The site has a very dense vegetation on the south side. So naturally, on the opposite side, I have the opportunity to build the structure. The site has natural contours of 2 meter, maximum up to 2.5 meter. So in that, I had started doing my zoning. So the material treatment facility was in the back. Here again, I had came across while researching, I came across that in particular ward, the materials are already pre-sorted. So I just had to treat those sorted materials. So the treatment facility was given at the back entrance, workshop areas, and the cafeterias. Next. So this is the site plan wherein from the entrance, a person starts the journey from different parts of the garden. So this is so there is one human power plant, that is a gym, which is in the center, wherein a person will can come and access the gym. They can actually do the gym and still produce the energy. That was for just an intervention which could be in a sustainable way. But the main was the garden, which starts from the entrance. Next. So there were different, so this is one area wherein from the pick one pavilion, a person will have to pick up a material. Next. So from there, they enter into such different zones, mirror dome, bottle pavilion. Next. From there, they enter into black box of consumerism. So this is a state wherein we are enticed to buy things, but here, because of the display, you are actually, a person is made the realization of the consequences that they cause. Next. From there, a person enters into the exhibition space, wherein the exhibition space also has the displays of it has a combination of both the consequences and few solutions, or maybe few things that can be done. Next. From there, a person enters into the street. Next. So these are the few workshop areas that are provided in textile workshop management area, then metal upcycling workshop. Next. Also, again, the same. So there were few upper level, they have workshops area, and here in the corner they have material treatment facility. Next. And there are citizen labs and collaborative centers on top. Next. So these
10
are the few,
minutes.
these are the few sections of the site. Next. So from the glass bottles, how the entire area of textile upcycling workshop is happening. So there is a existing tree. So no trees are actually cut on the site. Next. Metal upcycling workshop. Next. These are the few sections. Next. Elevations. Next. Next. Next.
Please mute. All others, please mute.
This is a place for farmboard farming. Next. Flea market areas. Next. Can we go to the ARD? So while coming to the solution, so these glass bottles are, so whatever the glass bottles are, they are cut into two parts and they are made as a brick and they can be used for building the structure. Next. The entire walls, so actually the supports are with I sections and I sections, but they are covered with tires. Next, so the walls are also made up of glass bottles, tires. Next, plastic bottles. Next. Yes, so these are the few details wherein plastic bottles are used as a construction material. Next. So because I'm doing some cut and fill for the material treatment facility, so the entire retaining wall is also made in a with the help of tires. Next. These were my few details for the roof, wherein there is already, so I'm using bamboo reinforcements and Ciforex blocks. Next. Farmboard farming. So this is a type of farming which helps in saving for water, and it is done so it is done in a very systematic way, wherein the machine makes sure that your crop is already there when it done properly. Next. Next, there are few services that how human power plant is actually helping with the help of solar panels, making the helping make building more sustainable. Next.
13 minutes.
Yeah, done. So there were few energy saving faucets also. So actually the main idea was to how to make building sustainable in all ways. So that was the focus. Thank you.
Go through the slides and finish it.
So it is done. This is the last slide.
Okay, good. Sandeep sir.
I think Jasim sir, you.
Hello.
I'm totally wasted watching this now. I'm trying to see what can it. If I got so many beer bottles and plastic bottles, boy, I'd be living a life. Anyway, it's a very interesting concept to run through waste. But as you said to the earlier person, I don't know whether this person also listened to the previous waste cycling and using the construction. The architecture of waste, what is it? That's the expression that I'm still lacking here. Recycling is fine, but what is recycling? That is what should be understood in greater depth by the people. Making breaks. What is the recycling of architectural waste? I'm coming back again and again to the same idea. Because the municipal corporation or the thing, you ask Rama, she'll have fun with me because the city is kept clean. The moment they cross my line on the nice road, all the rubbish is dumped. They think I won't see it or we won't see it in the night. They come after 12 o'clock, dump it and run away. And the next builder comes and fills it up with earth around it. And a super environmentalist, I have Superman next to you, Rama knows whom I have next to me here. He'll say, what do we do now? So we'll grow a mountain on top of it or a grass on top of it and happening. But when you get into the build part of it, when I see the building part of it, how does it express the waste part? Straight lines, hard lines, how is that expressed? Where is the natural element in that factor is what I'm looking at. Something not, I wish young architects, not that it can't be done as part of the young architects, exploring the future, can they not find some more meaningful, imaginative ways of saying, I don't know whether really possible, but I would like to imagine this way of doing it. Can it be done? Can I push all, somebody said, push all the waste to space and throw it off. But the space people said, nothing doing it, junk it back to the earth. Should we put it into the ocean? It doesn't work again. How can we destroy it in the construction industry is the biggest consumer, can be the biggest consumer of waste, which I'm 100% keep on repeating can be done. Separation. Rama knows I have Gayatri, the waste lady, sitting next to me in the third cottage from here. She will come and teach me something else in the evening, something else in the afternoon. Many things happen. The point is, these youngsters should look at waste in a much more, especially architectural things, should look at it in a very much more positive way. What is the expression of it is what I would like to see, especially recycling part. Go ahead, sir. Tomorrow, in fact, in the future, we are going to have, they said all the old cars should be condemned. Where are those thousands and thousands of cars going to be dumped? I want to watch before they're recycled. The tires recycling, something is happening. 12-year-old cars are not to be used. Already 14 lakh cars are registered to be dumped. Where will they do? Is there an expression for it? Can these buildings express such things? Yes, aircraft systems. I feel the exploration should have been much more dynamic into those spaces, especially students. Go ahead.
Nothing. I think we can continue. I think she's got the message. I mean we are not holding a design class here, so I think
yes.
we can only have a we can only give eye openers. But the one thing good is, see, the good part is they're choosing these topics, but it has to go beyond the cosmetic. The issue is the cosmetic is not the real. So I think what we should do, even in architecture colleges and elsewhere also, I think we should encourage more collaborative, real collaborative understanding, because only architects are probably not enough. It's good to have all the industries participate in this kind of exercises, where we are looking at space making, we are looking at the form and also how to use it. We have a certain knowledge, we have a certain intent, but I think if we use it together, I think it becomes sometimes participatory buildings with less of architects jargon and ego statements helps. It really helps, because we are also one of the culprits in this, because we have to make a building project out of it. So how do we do it? So I think suggestive architecture and how do we use it is very important. So I think 117, number 117, I think the pointed observation to you is that I think let's become more sensitive in the real way, and how do we actually express the built and the unbuilt, and make this entire thing a really a truly non-cosmetic approach. It's a real approach, like how the primitive
Sandeep, what I think is basically we'll take this 117 and the similar other projects is basically we have to understand what is waste. What we are trying to understand waste in terms of only materiality or something that has been discarded. But that is not true. Actually, something which is of no use, even old age is a waste. Exactly, that is the point.
I agree with you. I always find evening when I walk, all 96-year-old fellows walk along with me and say, are we not
No,
the
but
waste?
you can pick their brains. It's not, see, there is different waste. One is physical waste, but you can use your brains.
No. What I'm saying is, actually, in today's practice, we are trying to do that. Whatever is not being used, whatever it is been abused, whatever it is been misused, or even it is material, labor, skill, wisdom, all are waste. So, as an architect, what I think the design issue is, how do we transform and make it usable? because today's technology doesn't believe in repairing and repair works.
Yeah, exactly. Even a
They
pen
always,
refill, even a ballpoint pen refill, you don't get. It is the same cost as
exactly.
the pen. Yeah. So
and
that's
and 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 that is the way we will rather try and use more fountain pens rather than that, or basically go back to pencils.
yeah.
This is what is our concept, is we have to really adjust our whole consciousness is towards making some irrelevant kind of a gesture. And if we do that, then we'll be more innovative in actually using our design skill to make it usable
No,
again.
that's why they call frugalism, architecture of frugalism. You know, you build less, you use whatever, you reuse. Even our blueprinting, if you talk about it, but they will say you're outdated. You know, the hand drafting used to keep scratching, you know, do keep using the same gateway sheets and then blueprint. Actually, less paper was used. So if you look at it, the cartridge, so many things. So I think she pointed it out. I think this girl pointed it out that we are consumed. So,
Now,
but what do we do?
this is one thing, and there is another kind of new market, because Indian economy is very deprived. One is there is this rural economy and this urban. So what happens is whatever that is being discarded is also being consumed by other groups. So if these kind of centers can also collect the discardable materials, which people find it usable for other things, the way in waste they dump it out on the streets. So people, whatever they found it useful, they take it out. So I think the whole idea of waste and how to handle and how to address this issue of waste should be.
No, I think it's very important that the students are bringing up these topics. It is up to us also to have, you know, work with them and come out with certain kind of, you know, this opens up a very, very pertinent issue, which we, together should look at it as part, even probably as part of a subject, as an elective, seriously, and construct these things, demonstrate it, you know, demonstrative type of things is good, you know, so it's important. Anyway, I think we are debating on her work. So I think, anyway, thanks for opening up the debate, 117.
Good for you.
Yeah, but I think be a little, I hope you got the crux of the issue. But good attempt, whatever it is, every attempt is good. Nothing goes waste. The attempt is not wasted.
But sir, here I am trying to promote public participation in a way. So unless and until something is built, why in a certain fashion, why would people even bother to give their attention? So the main question is, I'm here also trying to say that the site location, or maybe it is in a such a way that people would come and practice upcycling. If I have a center next to my house, why will I not go do upcycling myself? If there are certain workshops, and these are the workshops that are major, so this materials that I'm produced, upcycling in the site, so they constitute major amount of waste. So if I'm giving them a space where you can go, you give your material, you do it yourself if you want, or take some help. So I think that could solve the problem. At least maybe a solution or some sort of solution in a way.
No, I think Rama ma'am, the issue, I think what you are saying, 117, we are not contesting, we are talking parallelly. What we are saying
Don't
is,
worry, ma, perfectly all right.
yeah, you only build, you have to build spaces to do this, but how differently should we look at this typology? How do we do this kind of build spaces? Should it only be the skin that we are building out of, for upcycling or reusing materials, or is there another set of ways? So it is more of a, it's more of a search of how to do it, because this building looks like any other building. Apart from that, it's built from different waste materials. That is not the only inquiry, is what we are saying. You get my point? Get our point? It's not what you are saying is what we are saying also, but the way you build it, the way you demonstrate it, the way we realize this kind of build forms, and how it becomes truly, it starts penetrating through our lives, is very important. So it's like practice what you preach kind of a situation. So I think that is what we are talking about, and because of students like you all, we are debating this more and more. So I think you are becoming a conduit, and it's important that you take this through. Don't only talk of the skin. If you look at your images, it is the skin. The what about the you know what is different in it? You know, otherwise you have used the materials, but what else? We
I
are
think
talking about the others.
Sandeep, probably we go to the next one.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, she was answering.
Poor thing. I'm glad she answered boldly.
Yeah, I think it's important to to probably encourage them. But did you understand 117 what we are saying?
Yeah.
Don't worry, she will understand more.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for even considering this topic. That's
Yes,
important.
she has made a very bold presentation and appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the last one.
136.
Hello.
The last presentation is 136.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, please.
So hello and good afternoon to all. Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, your time starts now.
Yeah. So my topic is Varia City Cultural Center, reinterpreting the concept of pilgrimage through architecture. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Yeah. I will start with the story of my thesis. The pilgrimages in India, if we see, we find that the tradition of pilgrimage is very ancient and is very deeply embedded in our cultural psyche. And the number of pilgrimage sites is so large that the entire country can be regarded as one grand and continuous sacred space. So, for example, we have different religions, the Hindu, the Jain, the Buddhist, Islam. They follow this structure of pilgrimage and they have been following it through centuries. So the basic structure is the first stage is starting the journey based on certain beliefs. I'm audible, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, you're very easily audible. Right.
Yeah. The second stage is the journey itself. And the third stage is returning back with all those experiences. So, in the context of Maharashtra, we have the 800 years old Vari tradition, which is an annual pilgrimage which was evolved by the saints of Maharashtra, and it can be considered as the identity of Maharashtra. So, it is a 21 days pilgrimage to the city of Pandharpur, that is the final destination. So, this chart shows the basic structure of how the pilgrimage happens. Next. Next slide. Yeah. So about this tradition, Pandharpur pilgrimage is one of the most popular festivals in India. So the annual pilgrimage to the Lord Vitthal temple at Pandharpur is held uh, every Ashad month, that is during the month of June and July. So the pilgrimage is known as Vari and the pilgrims are referred to as Varkaris. So in this image below, you can see that it is a barefooted journey towards Pandharpur of about 250 kilometers. And on the right side, the two major routes which the pilgrims take to Pandharpur. Next. So these are the sketches where you can see the diversity and the participation of people from different age groups, which makes it a culture of joy and delight and togetherness. Next. So this is Pandharpur, where the destination, where the journey actually ends, and the pilgrims gather around river Chandrabhaga, uh, which the name is derived from the shape of the river because of its crescent shape. Yeah. Next. So coming to the current scenario,
is that the overall area of Pune city is getting urbanized at a very phenomenal pace, and due to industrial developments, this unique tradition is losing its identity and maybe forgotten forever. So the reason for my selection of this topic is after studying and going through various books and research papers, I understood that there are a lot of literature and documentation work done, but a very minimal or physical architectural contribution to this culture, which can actually help reinforce this 800 years old tradition. So the purpose of the thesis was not only to contribute to this traditional architecturally, but also in a way which is very universal in nature. In today's context, people have lost the understanding and the true meaning of pilgrimage, and it has become more of a superficial annual movement based on certain beliefs. So the question I asked is there a deeper meaning or meta narrative of the whole idea of pilgrimage? So understanding the concept is through centuries, pilgrims have been engaged in this act of pilgrimage to find what is timeless and eternal in an attempt to renew themselves physically and spiritually. So pilgrimage is a journey into the unknown where a person goes in search of a new or expanded meaning about himself, about the nature, about the higher good. And this experience leads him to personal transformation. So you can see these four stages. I've simplified it. So the first stage is coming together and starting the journey. So the what I've derived from it is the enthusiasm of starting the journey. The second stage is going into the unknown. So the curiosity of exploration. The third stage is experiencing and aligning yourself with the secret. So the relaxation of arriving at the destination and returning back after self-transformation and all those experience, that is the transformation of penance into peace. So we can say that it is a universal concept that served a purpose beyond religious beliefs and has survived as a structure through the centuries. Hence, every religion has ended up doing pilgrimage. Next. So the design aim was to propose a cultural center highlighting the Wari tradition, which will serve as a cultural amenity to Pune city, and also architecturally interpret the universal concept of pilgrimage, that is converting these four stages, uh, these metaphors into space making, taking Wari as an example. Next. So coming to my site, the site is situated outside the core city of Pune, as you can see. So there are two cities, Pune and Saswar, and my site is in Diveghat, which acts as a connecting node between these two cities. So the reason for selection of Diveghat is one of the small tourist points because of the presence of Mastani Lake, which attracts people over there, and there are many hawkers, temporary food stalls, and hotels that are getting developed in the vicinity of the site. Also, Diveghat is the procession route of Saint Jnaneshwar Palki. So, the site context also has a very strong historical context, and the procession actually takes place uh, through the near my site. The previous slide, please. So you can see the site plan. So these are different images from my site. So these are the hawkers and temporary stalls. So it becomes a pit stop for travelers also. And this is the site view of the Mastani Lake from my site. And as my site is located on the highest point of Diveghat, there is this visual connection for people coming upwards from the highway. And this is the site section. Next slide. Yeah, so the climatic analysis is due to the presence of the lake, the flow of the wind is upwards towards my side, and this is the topography where my site is 40 meters above the road level. So this is just a radius mapping. So the darker circles are the main core city, and the lighter circles are the outer radius. So my site is situated uh, on this lighter circle shade. Next. So I've done some pause analysis of how people take pause and enjoy this Mastani Lake. So these are the pause analysis of normal days and during the Wari procession. Yeah, and this is a frames mapping of how natural frames are created in my site. Yeah, and the crowd during the procession is how people gather around during the Wari. Yeah, next. So coming to the design concept, uh, so as I was studying and through initial visualizations and reading through books, I understood that in Indian context, the concept of time and life is also considered as a cyclic. So although cyclic, there is this process of evolution and explorations always. So my thesis actually narrates the journey of this tradition architecturally through spatial interpretations of stories, play of light and shadow, experiential spaces, and also depicts the spirit of pilgrimage through this example of the culture, which is a celebration of,
10 minutes done.
yeah, which is a gathering of celebration and a journey of self transformation. And this makes the idea of pilgrimage as a microcosm of life itself. So the whole idea was to design in a way which is not overpowering the site, and this side contours reveal a very crude circular form, so this process is further explored. Yeah, next. So these are the different stages of my design process, which have been developed through in-depth study of uh, the sun path, the understanding the contours and all. Next. So the activities, this is a site plan. So this is the approaching road towards my site. And these are the different views from my site. Next. So the activity zoning. So these four metaphors, which I have considered, so the design intends to create and distribute the program uh, into these four metaphors. So, which includes galleries, pavilions, open amphitheaters, food plazas, experiential corridors, which finally leads to the final space. This is the zoning basically. Next. So these are the four glimpses. So this is the glimpse of what I have tried to achieve. So if you see in the first pic, that is the enthusiasm, you will see that and design element is intentionally raised at a height that creates this childish emotion of curiosity as to know what is it that is popping out, and it acts as a bait where they start the journey uh, into my center. Yeah, next. So this is the site plan. So one is guided through this curved wall inside the site, and thus the journey begins. So it comprises of, yeah, yeah, next. So next. Hello. Hello. Yeah. So these are the sections you can see in the key plan above. Yeah, next. Yeah, this is the plan at from level 10 to 20 meters. So which is actually the story corridor, which is a experiential corridor. Yeah, next. These are some more sections. Next.
13 minutes done.
Yeah, next. Yeah, the story corridor narrates the stories of the Vari tradition through the metaphors and spatial interpretations, establishing a dialogue between the perceiver and the spaces. So each gallery depicts the story of the lives of the most important saints who have contributed in this culture. So it is an experiential gallery with the different spatial volumes, which takes the perceiver through the journey. Next. Yes. So one of the experience, I will just talk about one of the gallery. So gallery 9 is of Sant Tukaram. So there are actually the stories and then the interpretations. So the story is, the first story is at a very young age, he has lost. So at a young age, he loses his family during the famine phase. And this is depicted through what I've done is the flooring below is cracked. So this creates a sense, this gives the sense of grief and agony for the users experiencing this. So the walls are also sculpturally depicted so they can relate to the story. So the second story is he had written around 4,000 short poems, but he had to throw away all his life's work in the river, after which he had gone through a very bad phase. So what I have done is the poems are engraved on the ground, which eventually leads to this small water pond.
Time is up.
Yeah, I'll explain this bit. I'll explain this bit. So
No.
which eventually.
Yeah. Please don't speak. Just run the slides.
Okay.
You may stop speaking and run the slides.
These are. This is a small animation actually.
That's it.
Anything more?
No, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you had said an animation.
Yeah, actually the time is up, so I could not.
Yeah.
You can.
A brief animation, you can run it if it is brief.
No, it's just in a small animation video on the last slide.
Okay, please run it.
Slide number 35. So this 35, yeah. You can play it.
No, I can't see the, it shows that it is just an image.
Actually, this is how the shadow falls on the wall as time passes. So this is a space which I've tried to create, but I am not able to play it.
It doesn't matter. You can make out what you're saying.
Please go to slide number 33.
I think there is no animation in this presentation right now.
Okay, yeah.
Over to the jury.
Go ahead, sir. Sandeep, sir. You're the youngest here.
No. You after you. This is very esoteric project, so I think you can.
No, to be very frank, since you asked me, Anjan and Sandeep, and listening to her, do you know why I don't? To be very blunt and frank, he's done an excellent job. But the point is, he doesn't have to relate to that particular god or imagery or temple or whatever it is. If he simply told me this is a cultural center I'm developing in some place with an ecothermal space and movement, this reminds me of many of galleries that I've seen abroad, where you walk around the galleries with open spaces and see the art forms going continuously like an exhibition center, part of the Colosseum or part of the other spaces. I'm glad it's a very detailed thing there. He's added the sense of culture and sense of religion and sense of philosophy into this. But I don't know about the actual location. I'm not able to relate myself, whether it's heart of the center of the city or outside the city. That really
it's outside.
It's outside. It's outside.
It's outside the city, which means it
Yeah.
doesn't get into the an excellent part of it. It can belong to the hilltop or anywhere. Any
Yeah,
Guruji
it is on the hilltop actually.
Oh, it's on the hilltop. Excellent.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So
And the rest of the details, he can follow it up and get it done. It's not a problem. And I'm glad he's looked at the aspect of the sun and the moon and the orientation of part of this, all this.
Yeah, so
like that.
the shadows
That way.
fall in this. The shadows.
Yeah, you're trying. We can make that out. Doesn't matter. We can make that sense of time where I sit. Also, the shadow of the time I can see in my room. What time, what goes here. You have done it in a phenomenal scale. The only thing I would take off from yours is putting the religious part of it. It doesn't require that particular Swamiji to make you do this, a particular fellow to do this. This could be a fabulous cultural center to be done nearby so that anybody can use it. Anybody who said any museum can use it, any cultural school age or college. In fact, all you NASA people want to gather, you can use it. Yes, it happens. That way, if you look at it, I say it's done a very comprehensive project on yourself. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
May I speak? Yeah. I think what Jasim said, the only thing what I mean, I agree with you, but I think he has invoked this religious kind of a overtone just to tell a story. So this particular thing actually narrates and kind of links to that story of maybe Tukaram or so many other saints and other things. So as if another way of temporal journey. So in otherwise, it's a interesting kind of a architectural resolution to really look at past, recreating memories and kind of past references. And because it is on a hilltop and on a most traveled procession route, so probably somehow the cultural linkages are pretty well established. And because it's so muted and so sublime, I think that is what past he has led the nature to be the part of the whole scenario, and that is where the merits of this particular concept lies. So I practically like this project.
In fact, he could have added, if the boy is still listening, I would say inside the circle or whatever is drawn, I like it. It's not a full circle. Even if he had a few trees in even where the seating points were all there, perennial trees, it would have really added a miracle. But he's young. He will learn that as a process. He will learn. But just a few more touches of the green inside would have really made this a fascinating space.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Sandeep.
I would tend to agree that there is a form making which is there, but I don't know. I'm talking about a hilltop and how you have worked with the terrain, how have you sculpted the place, and I think the design. I have a small observation as to how that circle came from that. He had one sheet of that circle and this. So sometimes design concepts can just come. I don't know if it is hinged to something, because I don't really know that Fibonacci diagram or whatever else he was talking about. I don't know how that, because it's a 3D object, so somewhere I feel it is a bit forced, but yeah, I think otherwise it is free from functional aspects that way. So overall, I would also I mean, it's a refreshingly different also approach and topic, and because being on the processional path, but I think you could have shown how this is used, that entire OAT during a procession, during function, when there is a nature people, enthusiasts come, what is the interaction, so how is it used? So the scale of the project and the some kind of usage that probably would have helped. But otherwise, yeah, it's probably even some more details, larger and enlarged
yes,
details would have been
yes.
also good. But otherwise, yeah, you have very
Okay.
cleverly woven the thing. I would say,
That is true.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you have used a lot
A
of
little
words.
too clever.
Yeah, I think there's words, the jargon of words is But anyway, other is good for a student. It's
No, if
commendable.
I put the negative part deliberately, if that entire lot of people walked into this would be the biggest mess of a space inside. In
No,
the
I
thing.
don't know about water collection also. No, it's
Forget
yeah,
it. That's a
I
different
don't
point.
know.
Let him break his head afterwards.
No, it's
अरे
okay.
राख
Good.
ऐसे नहीं देखा जाएगा.
It's fun.
Good.
He's woken up. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah. You need to please say, if you can also.
Yeah, actually, I did not get time to explain the final parts. So actually, the religious thing that you're talking about, I established how pilgrimage is a universal concept, and I've just taken these four metaphors, and Vari culture is just an example through which I have tried to explain these four metaphors. And if you see the sculpture, so that is actually the most important element. So when you're actually experiencing the whole thing, the sculpture is a randomly placed slab, so they don't make any meaning. So there is this curiosity of what are these sculptures trying to form, and the shadows create us this sense of curiosity throughout the journey. So the final space, the circular space, so when you reach that space, the slabs actually align, and you understand what is trying to depict. So it is an indirect symbolization of Vitthal and Rukmai actually.
No, 136, let me tell you one small thing as a Nanga architect to you. Do not explain. In fact, you're bringing down the concept down by explaining those things. Just leave it to the imagination of the person walking in.
Lovely.
Leave it. Otherwise, I'll not compare it with Mecca and say, go around there. That's the end of your project. Do you get me? Just leave our imagination to it. Don't get into those things. That's how you people pull your own projects down. It's somehow sitting on a mountain top, earth filled in ecothermal space, movement happening, all that. It's leave it there, explore future. Okay, don't tell the client too much.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Good.
you. Yeah.
It would be nice to see some more hand sketches and some other
Yes,
exploration. I think
I
that's
agree.
where I'm really
Yes,
missing.
100% I'm with you on this.
Everything is so manufactured.
We don't know whether it's copied and pasted. I get worried about the things now. Yeah. Anyway,
Good. Okay, I think
good.
we've come
Rama,
to the
poor
end.
thing. She must have sat through hell of a lot. All Jai Shri Raman. I really want.
Very interesting, sir, to hear the students' work.
Yes. But our brain is all drained.
Yeah.
Totally.
But enormous variety.
Yes.
True.
So a big thank you to everyone, and we will log out now. And a very big thank you to the coordinators. I'll come to you all, sir, in a few minutes about how we reconnect for discussion. Please give me a few minutes time.
Anyway, thank you, I think, to everybody, to the organizers and to co-jurors. I think we'll be talking.
Poor Girija is wondering what to do.
I'll just check with Jayashree ma'am and come back whether we can meet back on the same platform for discussion and finalize.
You're right here. I'm right here.
Yeah, good,
I'm right here,
Jayashree.
Mama.
Good. Tell us.
So what have we done? We have completed all of them, right?
Yeah.
Excellent.
We have completed all of them.
I must appreciate. I mean, we started late but finished early, and this was a group which had some very interesting projects. I'm so happy. Anyway, have the jurors also interacted at the end of the presentation, because that is done?
No.
Can we invite
not
them?
yet.
Can we invite them to share their observations of the projects and the work that they have seen? We would be meeting on WebEx later. If you all are comfortable on continuing to meet here, we can meet on Zoom
We can
itself.
finish it off. We can finish it off right here. What do you
Yes,
think?
yes, not a problem. We can meet
Anjan
here.
sir? Sandeep
Yes,
sir?
I can. Yeah,
No,
I
no.
think I
My
agree
poor
with you.
things
Yeah,
go
yeah,
up and
we
down.
can stay here only. Why log off, log on? Let
I
us
have
be
no
Agreed.
secrets to hide. What I little I've learned, I'll
No,
tell
no,
you
agreed.
bluntly.
The students are keen to know who are the winners, but as of now, we will not be saying anything about the winners because I would want that all of you would please sit together and decide on the names of the winners. But maybe generally, what has been your observation about the entire process and the work that you have seen? If you're able to share that with us, it will be so nice. Jason, sir, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I only one point. It has been a great experience running through a tremendous variety of spaces with various places, especially this is all from the zone, Maharashtra zone, and that zone of work. The only thing I would like architects, especially young architects, to explore is to explore more, to go beyond what I can do today, is what I look at a thesis. Because this is like sometimes sitting with the Builders Association or with the Indian Institute of Architects and judging other architects' works. That is not what I've come here to sit with you youngsters. We want you to go beyond us. You cannot be building what I built 20 years back or 10 years back or I'm building right now. This is what I'm sure that's what the council wants. I want all youngsters people want. It doesn't matter. You must make mistakes. In fact, there was a very senior architect, very, very senior. I won't mention his name. He said, Jason, if there is no mistake in your project, it is not an architectural project. He was blunt on me. He was very clear. Oh, if the door opens right, the movement is right. He said, everything is right. Then where is architecture in this space? He was very, very evident on this space. I said, these mistakes are the exploration of people into areas which they have not been. And when they go, they realize it is not a mistake, but a new adventure that happens. And then in that moment, something happens, because that is what we want to see in much more of the youngsters. There are quite a few who had the tremendous opportunity to explore, but I don't know, maybe they got afraid and held back and then walked back into the one step back or two steps back and one step forward. No, take one step back and take two steps forward. You will find the journey very, very promising. I like many of them. Most of it, in fact, I don't know about them. I have learned a lot. My two youngsters here have also learned a lot from what to do. I wish I were a little younger to have a little more deeper dialogue, but 10 hours sitting and previous nights sitting and think it's been an exhaustive journey. I'm going to steal a lot of ideas from you young guys. Don't put me into court or anything. I'm being blunt on this. It has been a great adventure for me. I'm sure Sandeep and Anjan also enjoyed the being on the panel. I really loved the way we are going. Is there anything specific? Let me know. I still don't know how to come up to number one, number two, and number three. How many are we supposed to shortlist?
Two.
Oh God. God bless. Go ahead, Ma. You go ahead.
We're looking for feedback from other jurors.
If I may, actually, I find the topic these people are grappling with is very relevant. I mean, it is today pressing times, waste, heritage. Then you have, in fact, botany itself is one particular aspect which I find it very interesting. So there are a couple of very interesting issues and some interesting insights. But I agree with Jasim said that architecture is always to go beyond, and the thesis, design thesis is one place where you are more explorative in terms of an ideas, because this is your foundation for the future. So if you don't take that risk, explore and really search around yourself, whatever the ideas that you are believing, if you should be able to push it through and always try to express not in terms of vocal or languages, but in terms of architecture. Then only if you can think with the spaces, the kind of experiences that you weave in, then actually the real meaning of or the success of architecture story really begins. because every building has a story, and you are here to tell us those stories and share it. So, and that way, I find it a very refreshing, and really some ideas are quite interesting to for further explorations. So with that, I really thank all the participants for coming up with this thesis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sandeep, sir, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think I just echo their views, and I think what we had said. I think there are two, three things: the idea, the germ of the idea, the nurturing of the idea, and then the manifesting of the idea. I think that process is more enriching than the product. Sometimes we leave it. It's like it's not like a commercial movie. That we know what is the end. The end should be left for imagination, and more so in when we are doing thesis projects, and probably that learning should be taken into practice. What is happening, there are two things. One is the practicality of the practice should influence or inform this, and the explorative imaginative nature of education and theory and academic should inform practice. If the marriage of both is probably not happening in the right ratio, or so some of us are pushing for too much practicality, which is also important, and also the the quest for exploration. Like we talked about some projects where we said, if this is a typology which does not require too much of build spaces, why do it? Or if we are talking about materiality as a quest, then what do? We did still build the same way. So I think one should break out in a very structured way and take it forward to practice. I think a lot is there for practitioners like us to learn from students and put it into a practice. I think it will become less mundane, and for the students not to lose that steam, but to put in that amount of that imaginative into the offices. It's okay whatever we are doing in our offices, we should try and do it, because otherwise we are becoming so driven by product and by systems that I think that part is very nice, and I think that is good. We would have liked to see some more drawings and sketches, formative ideas coming up. I would have liked, instead of rather starting early on with a series of SketchUp. We know we are in a different era now, but still the hand and the mind is timeless. So I think that part is, we should not lose that. Otherwise, we become servants of software only. So I think that is very important. That how do I know the scale of my project? Do I know the scale of my views? So these kind of things we should. These are timeless things. We should not lose that in academics, because then that is totally gone in practice. So otherwise, it's a learning experience for me too. Like the previous years when we have, and thank you for the opportunity for, getting us exposed to so much of, work, and today's, students, and the type of topics that they're choosing. It's a big learning, for us. Thank you. I think students, if they have, or anybody else has anything to ask, you can always, I think it can be more interactive than if there is anything.
Certainly, if any of the students would like to ask anything, they're most welcome. We have some time, so in case any of you want to interact and have anything to get resolved, please feel free. Either raise your hand or put into chat or unmute and speak. I can see one question in the chat which says that can we know the numbers of the other two standby presentations chosen, just to feel good? We have not declared in any of the zones, I'm afraid, so it is difficult to let you know right now. But I must say that, as Sandeep has rightly pointed out, it is a learning experience for all of us when we look at the great variety of projects that come in every year. I personally am very excited every time that the thesis awards period comes closer, because I know I'm going to get to see such a lot of work which is really different from what comes in every year. And I must thank all the jurors, because every time that I connect to them to ask, will you be there on the panel? I think none of them ever say no, and they are always there because, like Sandeep, Jason sir is laughing, but I know Jason sir has been one of the biggest mentors of this program. When we started the PG program, also I wanted him, please sir, will you be there and guide us through the entire process? He was there with us to go through all the projects, tell us how to grade them, everything. So similarly, all jury members, even Sandeep, would keep continuously, discussing whether a project is good, not good, how one should go about. So it is a big learning experience for us every time, and I think it's quite exciting for the zonal colleges, the centers who connect. And I must say that it's a responsibility for the center, because every time we have in the physical format realized that whenever a center or a college is a center for the zone, next year they throw up winners. So I'm not sure whether this year they're going to throw up winners or next year, but yes, we do expect winners from the host college every time. So there's a big responsibility on you. But thank you so much, jury members and the coordinators, and of course, Rama ma'am and Anirudh sir, who have been with us on this journey of so many years of the Thesis Awards program. We are able to go ahead only because of the support of so many schools, so many architects, and so many faculty members. Thank you, all of you, dear participants. I know you're very, very keenly waiting to know the result of the day today, but the process that we follow requires that the winners are decided jointly by all the three jury members. So we generally in the physical format, we give the three jury members say half an hour or 45 minutes of time, and then when they deliberate while the host schools, the students do some performances, they serve us tea and biscuits and snacks, and we generally enjoy at the end of the day. And then we come with the results in the on the digital platform. That is a little difficult, so I would request you to bear with us and accept this a little altered mode, where we are going to be requesting the jury members to sit down and talk on the digital platform again, but unanimously come up with the names of the two winners of this zone, and we would declare the names of the two winners in the next, that is tomorrow's jury, sometime during the day. Rama ma'am, have you declared the name of yesterday's winners, by the way?
Not yet, madam. We are not ready with the poster, but we can definitely declare the winners.
Yesterday was zone 1, right?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So the winners of zone 1 were 20Z1008, Terminus Delta, and 20Z1039, National War and Military Museum at Delhi. So these two were the winners of yesterday's jury of the zone 1, which was North Zone. And yes, we will be intimating them, and we are making some posters. Rama ma'am will be giving them and circulating them on the social media, on CoA social, and we would also put them up on the CoA website. One more thing that participants have been continuously reminding me is that in the physical mode, at the end of the day, when we give away the certificates of excellence and merit, we also declare the names of the participants and the names of the colleges, which we have not been able to do this time because the result is declared on the next day. So we are trying to find a way around that, and the only way that we found is that we will make a list of all the presenters of all the zones, and then list out their names and the names of their colleges, and we will circulate that as soon as possible, hopefully before the coming Monday. And another thing that I want to announce now to the participants is that our national jury is scheduled on the 4th of March from 9:30 onwards, once again on the Zoom platform. We will share the link with all of you. And yes, we will be streaming live on YouTube as well. So looking forward to seeing you all there. And thank you very much, all of you. All the jury members, all the coordinators, and dear participants, you make it possible for us to do this year after year. Thank you so much.
One second.
Yes.
Actually, only one question. How do we three now interact?
I will close this meeting and we can join again.
Oh,
in a minute.
excellent. Okay, we are here.
We'll be here only, no, Jayashree?
Yeah, I'm here
Yes,
waiting.
you can continue to be here. I will simply close this meeting and we can start immediately. We'll start in just a minute
You
or
tell
two.
us when to start. Otherwise, we start talking before they leave, then it's a problem.
That's
No. I will close this meeting and we can join.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Ma'am, we would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to work along with you. I hope everything went well. I mean, we have, from our side. Thank you. Thank you.
Your school has been so persistent. I really liked the what should I say, the attitude of the school. Since 2 years, they've been asking me when can we come and meet you about the thesis, when can we do the coordination, and this time they have been able to do it and they've done it beautifully. Thank you so much, all of you. And yes, we look forward to having you on the platform again very soon.
Same here.
A big
Thank
thanks
you.
from my side also to the jury
Thank you,
panel
Rama
and
ma'am.
to the host college and Jayashree ma'am. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
I will end.